Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Primordial Schism. In the time before time, when the cosmos itself was but a dream waiting to be born, there existed a unity so perfect that even the gods themselves would weep to remember it. The great dragons, those first children of creation, moved through the nascent plains as one magnificent force, their wings casting shadows across worlds yet unformed, their breath giving life to stars yet unlit. But as all tales of paradise must tell, this golden age carried within itself the seeds of its own destruction, for even in perfection, the heart of creation beats with the rhythm of choice. The primordial realm stretched endlessly in all directions, a tapestry of raw creation where thought became substance and desire shaped reality itself. Here, in this realm beyond mortal comprehension, the first dragons took their form not as the distinct breeds we know today, but as beings of pure draconic essence, each one a living embodiment of creation's infinite potential. Their scales shimmered with every color that existed, and many that had yet to be conceived. Their eyes held the wisdom of ages unborn, and their voices sang the fundamental harmonies that would one day become the music of the spheres. At the heart of this draconic paradise stood two beings whose magnificence surpassed even their legendary kindred. The first was she who would become known as Tiamat, though in those days she bore no name, for names suggest separation, and separation had not yet poisoned paradise. Her 5 heads moved in perfect harmony, each one a different aspect of draconic majesty. One breathed the fires of passion, another the ice of eternal patience, a third the lightning of swift judgment, the fourth the acid of transformative change, and the fifth the poison of necessary endings. She was creation's fury and its tender mercy combined, the mother aspect of dragonkind given form. Beside her moved he who would become Bahamut, the platinum dragon, though he too existed beyond the limitations of name and form. His single head contained multitudes, his platinum scales reflected not light but truth itself, and his breath was the wind that carried possibility across the void. Where Tiamat embodied the passionate aspects of creation, Bahamut represented its noble ideals, the part of existence that yearns always towards something greater than itself. For countless eons, these two beings danced through the primordial realm in perfect harmony, their union creating wonders that would be remembered in legend long after their names became synonymous with eternal warfare. Together, they gave birth to the first true dragons, each offspring a perfect synthesis of their combined natures. These children inherited Tiamat's passionate intensity and Bahamut's noble wisdom, becoming beings of such magnificence that the very fabric of reality bent around them in reverence. But even in paradise, the fundamental nature of existence asserted itself. Creation, by its very essence, requires choice, and choice demands the possibility of opposition. The unity that had defined the primordial age began to strain under the weight of infinite potential, like a perfect crystal that must eventually choose whether to remain whole or shatter into countless brilliant fragments. The first crack in paradise appeared not as a great catastrophe, but as a simple question that echoed through the pristine halls of the primordial realm. What is the proper relationship between power and responsibility? It was a question that seemed innocent enough, born from the dragons' growing awareness of their own immense capabilities and their effect upon the emerging cosmos. Yet, Like all truly profound questions, it contained within itself the power to reshape everything. Tiamat's 5 heads turned toward this question with the intensity of suns focusing their light. To her, the answer seemed self-evident. Power existed to be exercised, to shape reality according to one's will and desire. The strong ruled not because it was right or wrong, but because strength was its own justification. The cosmos had given her infinite power. Surely it expected her to use it without restraint or apology. Each of her heads spoke in turn, their voices creating a harmony that made the very stars tremble. We are what we are because we have the strength to be so. Let others adapt to our presence or be consumed by it. Bahamut's single voice responded with the weight of mountains and the gentleness of morning rain. Power without wisdom is destruction wearing the mask of creation. We are given strength not to dominate, but to protect. We are made mighty not to inspire fear, but to kindle hope. The greatest power is that which restrains itself in service of something greater than its own desires. The philosophical divide that opened between them in that moment would grow to span universes. What began as a difference of opinion became a fundamental schism in the nature of existence itself. Tiamat saw in Bahamut's words the voice of weakness disguised as virtue, the pathetic bleating of power, too cowardly to embrace its own nature. Bahamut heard in Tiamat's philosophy the echo of destruction's eternal hunger, the voice that would consume all creation in service to its own appetites. Their children, those first perfect dragons, found themselves caught in the middle of this growing divide. Some were drawn to Tiamat's passionate certainty, seduced by the idea that their immense power was justification enough for any action they might choose to take. Others aligned themselves with Bahamut's noble restraint, believing that true strength lay in the willingness to limit oneself for the sake of others. The debate that began with a simple question grew into cosmic arguments that shook the foundations of reality. Where once the dragons had moved as one magnificent chorus, now they formed 2 distinct symphonies, each beautiful in its own way, but increasingly unable to harmonize with the other. The primordial realm itself began to reflect this division, with some regions becoming places of wild, unrestrained creation, where Tiamat's philosophy held sway, while others became havens of ordered beauty, where Bahamut's ideals shaped reality. As the philosophical divide deepened, it began to manifest in physical form. Tiamat's scales, once containing every color in perfect harmony, began to separate into distinct hues, each reflecting a different aspect of her passionate nature. Her chromatic children inherited these distinct colorations: red for the fire of conquest, blue for the lightning of swift domination, green for the poison of subtle manipulation, black for the acid of corrosive hatred, and white for the ice of merciless calculation. Bahamut's form, in contrast, became more unified, his scales achieving a perfect platinum sheen that reflected all colors while being defined by none. His metallic children took on the noble hues of precious metals: gold for the light of wisdom, silver for the clarity of justice, bronze for the strength of protection, copper for the warmth of compassion, and brass for the fire of righteous determination. The transformation was not merely physical but fundamental, reaching into the very souls of dragonkind. The chromatic dragons found themselves increasingly drawn to the exercise of power for its own sake, their hearts beating with the rhythm of conquest and domination. The metallic dragons discovered within themselves an unshakable commitment to the protection of the innocent and the advancement of justice, their souls resonating with the harmony of selfless service. Yet even as this great division took hold, both Tiamat and Bahamut grieved for what was being lost. In quiet moments, when the cosmic arguments ceased and the primordial realm fell silent, they would remember the perfect unity they had once shared. Tiamat's 5 heads would turn skyward with an expression of such profound sorrow that even her most devoted followers would weep to see it. Bahamut's platinum eyes would reflect depths of sadness that could drown galaxies, but the momentum of division, once begun, proved impossible to halt. The question that had started their philosophical separation spawned 1,000 others, each driving a deeper wedge between their world views. How should the strong treat the weak? What obligations come with power? Is it better to rule through fear or love? Should natural law supersede moral law? Each question demanded answers, and with each answer, the chasm between them grew wider. The final break came not with violence, but with a moment of perfect, terrible clarity. Standing at the heart of the primordial realm, surrounded by their divided children, Tiamat and Bahamut looked into each other's eyes and saw something that chilled them more than any cosmic catastrophe could. They saw strangers wearing the faces of their beloved. "You are no longer the being I knew." Tiamat's 5 voices spoke in unison, their harmony now edged with the sharpness of broken crystal. "Nor are you," Bahamut replied, his single voice carrying the weight of infinite sorrow. "We have become the very division we sought to understand." In that moment, the primordial realm shattered like a mirror struck by lightning. The unified cosmos of their perfect past fragmented into the multiverse we know today, with each shard reflecting a different aspect of the conflict between order and chaos, law and freedom, protection and domination. Tiamat claimed dominion over the planes of evil and conflict, establishing her throne in the 9 hells where her fury could burn eternal. Bahamut ascended to the celestial realms, where his noble ideals could shine like beacons across the darkness. Their children scattered across the newly formed planes, carrying with them the eternal division of their progenitors. The chromatic dragons became forces of conquest and accumulation, their hearts burning with the need to prove their superiority through dominion over others. The metallic dragons became guardians and protectors, their souls dedicated to the defense of those who could not defend themselves. And so began the greatest conflict in the history of creation, a war that transcends time and space, good and evil, order and chaos. It is a war fought not just with claws and breath weapons, but with fundamental principles about the nature of existence itself. Every battle between chromatic and metallic dragons echoes the original question that shattered paradise. What is the proper relationship between power and responsibility? The primordial schism teaches us that even the most perfect unity contains within itself the seeds of division, for creation itself requires choice, and choice demands the possibility of opposition. In the end, perhaps the greatest tragedy is not that Tiamat and Bahamut became enemies, but that in becoming perfect representatives of their opposing philosophies, they lost the ability to remember that they had once been one. Their war is the price creation pays for the gift of free will, and their eternal conflict serves as a reminder that every choice, no matter how small, echoes through eternity with consequences beyond our ability to foresee or control. Chapter 2. Tiamat's Rise to Dark Dominion. Power corrupts, but absolute power reveals the darkness that was always there, waiting in the shadows of the soul. In the cosmic aftermath of the primordial schism, as the shattered fragments of paradise settled into the layered realms of the multiverse, one truth became crystalline in its terrible clarity. Those who embrace power without restraint will inevitably find themselves embraced by the very forces they sought to command. The 9 hells beckoned to Tiamat like a lover's whisper in the darkness, their layered domains offering the perfect stage for her ascension from fallen paradise dweller to undisputed queen of evil dragons. Here, in this realm where hierarchy was absolute and strength determined all, she would build an empire that stretched across planes and ages, her 5-headed shadow falling across countless worlds like the promise of inevitable dominion. When Tiamat first descended into the infernal realms, the 9 hells trembled with anticipation. The archdevils, those ancient masters of corruption and control, recognized in her something that transcended even their millennia of accumulated malice, a being of primordial power who had chosen darkness not out of weakness or circumstance, but from the pure conviction that might alone determined right. She was not fallen so much as evolved, transformed from a creature of balanced creation into something far more focused and terrible. The first hell, Avernus, opened before her like a gateway to infinite possibility. This realm of endless warfare and brutal competition sang to something deep within her 5 hearts, each head finding resonance with different aspects of the infernal hierarchy. Her red head breathed deeply of the fires of conquest that burned eternal across Avernus's blood-soaked battlefields. Her blue head crackled with appreciation for the lightning-swift political maneuvering that determined which devils rose and which fell in the cosmic pecking order. Her green head savored the subtle poisons of manipulation that flowed through every alliance and betrayal. Her black head reveled in the corrosive acids of hatred that ate away at hope and compassion. Her white head found kinship with the icy calculation that turned even love into a weapon. But Tiamat was no mere supplicant seeking a place in the existing order. Her blue head crackled with appreciation for the lightning-swift political maneuvering that determined which devils rose and which fell in the cosmic pecking order. Her green head savored the subtle poisons of manipulation that flowed through every alliance and betrayal. Her black head reveled in the corrosive acids of hatred that ate away at hope and compassion. Her white head found kinship with the icy calculation that turned even love into a weapon. But Tiamat was no mere supplicant seeking a place in the existing order. She had not traded paradise for a position as just another archdevil. The power that flowed through her draconic form was older than the hells themselves, and the archdevils, for all their cunning and accumulated authority, could not deny the fundamental truth of her superiority. When she spoke, her 5 voices harmonizing in perfect, terrible unity, reality itself bent to accommodate her will. The transformation of Tiamat from cosmic entity to infernal queen did not happen overnight, but unfolded across eons like a flower of corruption blooming in reverse, each petal falling away to reveal something darker and more magnificent beneath. The first stage of her metamorphosis involved the establishment of her realm within the 9 hells, a domain that would serve as both fortress and launching point for her greater ambitions. She chose the first hell, Avernus, as her primary seat of power, drawn by its nature as the interface between the infernal realms and the material planes. Here she could maintain contact with her chromatic children, while simultaneously deepening her understanding of the infernal hierarchy that would serve as her model for cosmic domination. Her palace rose from the burning plains, like a monument to draconic supremacy, its 5 towers reaching toward a sky that wept tears of liquid fire. Each tower reflected the nature of one of her heads, becoming a perfect architectural expression of her multifaceted malevolence. The red tower burned with flames that never consumed, its walls forged from the crystallized fury of 1,000 conquered worlds. The blue tower crackled with perpetual lightning, its surfaces alive with electrical displays that mapped the power structures of every known plane. The green tower grew like a living thing, its walls shifting and changing as they absorbed the knowledge gleaned from countless acts of manipulation and deceit. The black tower seemed to devour light itself, its darkness so complete that even devils approached it with caution. The white tower gleamed with ice that reflected not images, but the cold calculations of perfect, merciless logic. From these towers, Tiamat began the slow, methodical work of extending her influence throughout the infernal realms. She did not conquer through force alone, though her power was beyond question. Instead, she demonstrated a mastery of the subtle arts of corruption that impressed even the most sophisticated archdevils. She offered alliances that seemed generous while hiding clauses that would ensure her eventual dominance. She provided aid to struggling devils while creating dependencies that made them extensions of her will. She appeared to respect the existing hierarchy, while gradually replacing its foundations with structures that led inevitably back to her throne. The chromatic dragons of the material planes felt the pull of their mother's growing power, like iron filings drawn to a cosmic magnet. Across countless worlds, red dragons lifted their heads from their hoards and roared in recognition of a summons that bypassed thought and spoke directly to the deepest parts of their draconic souls. Blue dragons paused in their scheming to feel the electric tingle of approval from their divine patron. Green dragons smiled with satisfaction as they sensed the growing web of influence that connected them to something vast and purposeful. Black dragons reveled in the knowledge that their cruelty served a greater cruelty. White dragons felt the icy touch of absolute certainty that their predatory nature was not just accepted but celebrated. One by one, the greatest of the chromatic dragons made pilgrimages to Avernus, drawn by dreams and visions that promised them roles in a cosmic drama of conquest and dominion. These were not weak-willed creatures seeking easy power, but ancient beings of immense capability who recognized in Tiamat something that spoke to their deepest nature. They came bearing gifts, the accumulated wealth of conquered kingdoms, the bound souls of defeated heroes, the stolen secrets of lost civilizations. But more than tribute, they brought themselves, offering their service to a vision of existence where dragon superiority was not just acknowledged but made manifest across all planes of reality. Tiamat received each supplicant with the terrible grace of a queen who knew her due was being paid. Finally, and properly, she spoke to each in the voice of their particular chromatic heritage, her red head addressing the red dragons with words of conquest and glory, her blue head counseling the blue dragons in matters of strategy and dominion, her green head sharing secrets of manipulation with the green dragons, her black head offering fellowship and cruelty to the black dragons, and her white head providing guidance in the art of merciless efficiency to the white dragons. Yet even as she welcomed her chromatic children, Tiamat's vision extended far beyond the simple accumulation of draconic power. She understood that true dominion required more than the loyalty of dragons, however mighty. The multiverse teemed with lesser beings who could serve as tools, weapons, and resources in the greater work of cosmic conquest. The establishment of her cult among mortals became the next phase of her ascension, a project that would demonstrate her growing mastery of the arts of corruption and control. The first mortal cultists came to her attention through dreams and visions, individuals whose hearts already contained the seeds of the darkness she represented. A king whose kingdom was threatened by stronger neighbors dreamed of five-headed power that could crush all opposition. A wizard whose research had been mocked by his peers saw visions of knowledge that would make him the master of those who had scorned him. A merchant whose caravans had been plundered by bandits was visited by nightmares that promised him the strength to make all the world's wealth flow into his coffers. To each of these early converts, Tiamat appeared not as a distant deity demanding worship, but as a benefactor offering partnership. She whispered to them in words perfectly calibrated to their particular hungers, promises of power to the powerless, knowledge to the ignorant, wealth to the impoverished, revenge to the wronged. She asked for nothing that they would not gladly give, required no sacrifices that did not advance their own interests. In return, she offered them a place in a cosmic order, where merit was measured by the willingness to take what one desired, where strength was its own justification, and where the only sin was weakness. The cult that grew from these early seeds spread like wildfire through the interconnected planes, carried by merchants, soldiers, scholars, and adventurers who found in Tiamat's philosophy a liberation from the restrictive moral codes that limited their potential. Her temples rose in hidden places and open squares alike, their architecture reflecting the five-fold nature of her divine essence. Each temple contained shrines to her five aspects, allowing worshippers to focus their devotions on the particular facet of her nature that most closely aligned with their personal ambitions. The red shrines drew those who sought power through conquest and domination, warriors and generals who believed that strength alone determined the rightness of any cause. The blue shrines attracted the strategically minded, politicians and schemers who understood that true power lay in the ability to manipulate others while remaining untouchable themselves. The green shrines welcomed those who preferred subtlety to force, assassins and spies who knew that the right poison administered at the perfect moment could topple kingdoms. The black shrines called to those whose hearts harbored the deepest hatreds, individuals who sought not just victory but the complete destruction of everything they despised. The white shrines appealed to those who had learned to suppress emotion in service of efficiency, calculating minds that saw compassion and mercy as obstacles to optimal outcomes. Yet perhaps the most insidious aspect of Tiamat's growing cult was its emphasis on personal advancement and individual achievement. Worship of many evil deities, which demanded self-abnegation and surrender to a higher will. Tiamat's faith promised that her followers could become more than they were, could ascend to heights of power and influence that would have been impossible under any other cosmic order. She offered them not salvation but transformation, not peace but victory, not redemption but the chance to become the very thing that others would need redemption from. The rituals of her worship reflected this emphasis on personal empowerment. Her followers did not prostrate themselves before her altars, but stood tall, proclaiming their ambitions and dedicating their achievements to her glory. The sacrifices offered at her shrines were not acts of self-denial, but celebrations of acquisition, the wealth torn from defeated enemies, the knowledge stolen from rival scholars, the territory seized from weaker neighbors. Everything that her followers gained through their own strength and cunning became, by extension, a tribute to the goddess who had shown them that such gains were not just permissible but praiseworthy. As her cult spread and her influence grew, Tiamat began to experiment with more direct forms of intervention in mortal affairs. Through carefully chosen avatars and manifestations, she walked among her followers, appearing sometimes as a powerful sorceress whose magic could reshape kingdoms, sometimes as a warrior queen whose armies were invincible, sometimes as a merchant princess whose wealth could buy anything, including the souls of the incorruptible. These appearances served multiple purposes. They demonstrated her power to potential converts, rewarded her most faithful servants, and allowed her to directly shape events in ways that advanced her greater strategic goals. The transformation of Tiamat from primordial entity to infernal queen represented more than a simple change of location or allegiance. It marked the evolution of a being who had chosen to embrace the full implications of her philosophy, to become the perfect embodiment of power without restraint. In accepting dominion over the chromatic dragons and establishing her cult among mortals, she had not merely accumulated followers but had created extensions of her own will, living embodiments of her vision for a cosmos where strength determined worth, and where the mighty need offer no justification for their dominance beyond their ability to impose it. But even as Tiamat reveled in her growing power and influence, the seeds of future conflict were already being sown. For every chromatic dragon that answered her call, a metallic dragon felt the stirring of opposition. For every mortal who embraced her philosophy of might makes right, another was inspired to stand against the darkness she represented. The cosmic balance that had been shattered in the primordial schism was beginning to reassert itself, and the stage was being set for conflicts that would echo across eternity. In the end, Tiamat's rise to dark dominion teaches us that evil is not born but chosen, not imposed but embraced. Her transformation from cosmic entity to queen of evil dragons represents the logical conclusion of a philosophy that mistakes power for wisdom and strength for virtue. She became what she chose to become, and in doing so, created the very opposition that would define her existence for all time. The darkness she embraced with such passionate certainty would prove to be both her greatest strength and the source of her eternal struggle. For in choosing to become the perfect embodiment of evil, she ensured that she would forever face the equally perfect embodiment of good. Chapter 3. Bahamut's Noble Crusade. True nobility is not inherited, but forged in the fires of sacrifice, tempered by the willingness to place the needs of others above one's own desires, and proven by the courage to stand against darkness, even when victory seems impossible. In the celestial realms where light itself takes on substance and hope crystallizes into reality, the platinum dragon began his own transformation, one that would mirror his former beloved's descent into darkness, while ascending towards something infinitely more difficult to achieve, the perfect embodiment of selfless power. Where Tiamat had found in the 9 hells a realm that celebrated her philosophy of dominion through strength, Bahamut discovered in the celestial planes something far more challenging, a cosmic order that demanded not just goodness, but the constant choice to be good when evil would be easier, more profitable, or more immediately satisfying. The Mount Celestia that welcomed him was not a paradise of ease and comfort, but a hierarchy of earned virtue, where every step upward required the abandonment of another aspect of selfish desire. The seven heavens rose before him like a mountain of crystallized aspiration, each layer representing a higher form of moral achievement, each plateau demanding greater sacrifice and deeper understanding. Unlike the nine hells, where power flowed to those strong enough to seize it, the celestial realms operated on principles that seemed almost perverse to beings accustomed to cosmic hierarchies based on strength. Here, authority was granted to those who least desired it, power was given to those who would use it in service of others, and the highest positions were reserved for those who had proven their willingness to sacrifice everything, including their own advancement, for the greater good. Bahamut's ascension through the celestial layers was not a conquest but a pilgrimage, each step upward earned through acts of service and sacrifice that tested not just his commitment to his ideals, but his understanding of what those ideals truly required. In the first heaven, Lunia, he walked among the petitioners and newly ascended souls, learning that goodness began not with grand gestures, but with countless small kindnesses, acts of mercy so minor they seemed insignificant, yet which formed the foundation upon which all greater virtue was built. Here, among souls who had earned their place through lives of simple decency and basic compassion, Bahamut discovered the humbling truth that his cosmic power meant nothing if it was not grounded in genuine care for the smallest and weakest beings in creation. He spent centuries among the petitioners, listening to their stories, understanding their struggles, learning that every soul had fought battles against darkness that were no less heroic for being personal and private. The silver-scaled dragon, who had once shared paradise with Tiamat, found himself changed by these encounters in ways that his former power could never have achieved. Where once he had known goodness as an abstract principle, now he understood it as a choice made new each moment, a commitment that had to be renewed with every breath. The platinum of his scales began to deepen, taking on new depths that reflected not just light, but the accumulated weight of genuine compassion earned through service. As he ascended to Mercuria, the second heaven, Bahamut encountered the Archons, those celestial beings who had dedicated their existence to the active pursuit of good throughout the multiverse. These were not passive entities content to bask in celestial glory, but warriors of light who fought against darkness wherever it threatened the innocent. Yet they fought not for glory or personal satisfaction, but because the fight itself was necessary, because evil unopposed became evil triumphant. Among the Archons, Bahamut learned the difference between power exercised for its own sake and power wielded in service of a cause greater than oneself. He watched as trumpet Archons carried messages of hope to desperate mortals, as hound Archons tracked down fiends who preyed upon the vulnerable, as sword Archons stood guard over places where the barrier between good and evil grew thin. Each action was taken not for personal gain, but because it was right, because it served the greater good, because it protected those who could not protect themselves. The lessons of Mercuria transformed Bahamut's understanding of leadership from dominion to stewardship. He began to see his growing power not as a privilege to be enjoyed, but as a responsibility to be honored. Every ability he possessed, every resource at his command, every moment of his immortal existence belonged not to him, but to the cause he served. This realization brought with it a weight that would have crushed a lesser being, but for Bahamut it became the source of a strength far greater than any he had known in paradise. In Venya, the third heaven, Bahamut encountered the storm giants, who had achieved celestial status through their protection of the natural world and their defense of the innocent against the predations of evil giants and other monstrous beings. Here he learned that good was not passive but required constant vigilance, that the forces of darkness would always seek to corrupt and destroy, and that the price of goodness was eternal watchfulness against one's own potential for corruption. The storm giant Paladins who dwelled in Venya, taught Bahamut that even celestial beings could fall if they allowed pride, anger, or despair to take root in their hearts. They showed him the meditation techniques and spiritual disciplines that allowed them to maintain their commitment to good, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable evil. From them, he learned that the greatest battle was not against external foes, but against the internal voices that whispered that compromise was acceptable, that good enough was sufficient, that surely he had done enough and could rest. As Bahamut continued his ascension, he began to attract followers among the metallic dragons of the material planes. These noble beings felt the pull of his growing sanctity, like plants turning toward the sun, drawn by a resonance that spoke to the best aspects of their draconic nature. But unlike Tiamat's recruitment of her chromatic children, Bahamut's gathering of followers was a process of mutual elevation rather than simple dominion. The gold dragons who answered his call came not as supplicants seeking power, but as allies offering service. These ancient beings, already committed to the protection of the innocent and the advancement of good, found in Bahamut not a master but a kindred spirit, someone who understood that true strength lay in the willingness to use one's power for others, rather than oneself. Their coming together was like the formation of a constellation, each individual light joining with others to create something far more magnificent than any could achieve alone. When the gold dragons pledged themselves to Bahamut's cause, they brought with them not just their individual power, but their accumulated wisdom about the challenges of maintaining goodness in a cosmos that often seemed designed to corrupt and compromise. They shared stories of mortals they had protected, of evils they had fought, of difficult choices they had made when the right path was unclear. These stories became the foundation of what would eventually become the great work of Bahamut's Crusade, the development of a moral philosophy that could guide beings of power in the proper use of their abilities. The silver dragons joined the growing fellowship with their gift for understanding and communication, becoming the ambassadors and teachers who would spread Bahamut's message throughout the multiverse. They worked to establish networks of communication between the scattered forces of good, creating alliances that crossed racial and cultural boundaries. Where Tiamat's followers competed for her favor, Bahamut's servants collaborated for the greater good, understanding that their individual success meant nothing if evil triumphed over all. Bronze dragons brought their dedication to the protection of coastal communities and their mastery of both aquatic and aerial combat. They established the first formal military orders dedicated to Bahamut's service, creating training regimens and tactical doctrines that emphasized protection over conquest, defense over aggression. Their efforts led to the creation of the Dragonborn Paladins, elite warriors who took sacred oaths to embody Bahamut's ideals in their own lives, and to defend the innocent against all forms of evil. Copper dragons contributed their quick wit and talent for strategy, becoming the intelligence gatherers and planners who helped coordinate the growing crusade against darkness. They developed networks of informants and allies among the mortal races, creating early warning systems that could alert the forces of good to emerging threats before they became crises. Their playful nature helped maintain morale among Bahamut's followers, reminding them that the fight against evil did not require the abandonment of joy or the embrace of grim determination. Brass dragons, with their love of conversation and knowledge, became the chroniclers and scholars of the movement. They established the great libraries and archives that would preserve the accumulated wisdom of the Crusade, ensuring that future generations could learn from both the victories and failures of their predecessors. Their efforts to document and study the patterns of evil's manifestation led to the development of preventive strategies that could address darkness before it fully formed. As Bahamut's influence grew, he faced a challenge that Tiamat had avoided through the simple expedient of embracing her nature without restraint: how to exercise godlike power without becoming the very thing he opposed. The temptation to use his growing abilities to simply impose his will upon the cosmos was constant and seductive. He could end suffering by eliminating free will, prevent evil by controlling every choice, ensure good by making it impossible for anyone to choose otherwise. The answer came to him during his time in Solania, the fourth heaven, where he dwelled among the Archon Paragons and learned the deepest mysteries of celestial existence. Here he understood that goodness without choice was not goodness at all, but merely the absence of alternatives. True good could only exist in a cosmos where evil was possible, where beings had the freedom to choose darkness and the responsibility to choose light. His role was not to eliminate choice, but to provide an example, to show through his own actions what goodness could achieve when it was freely chosen and consistently practiced. This revelation transformed Bahamut's approach to his growing crusade. Rather than seeking to impose good upon the multiverse, he dedicated himself to inspiring it, to creating examples of virtue so compelling that others would choose to emulate them. He established the Orders of Illumination, communities of Paladins, clerics, and other holy warriors, who took vows to live according to his ideals and to serve as beacons of hope in a darkening cosmos. The orders were not armies in the traditional sense, though they trained for battle and stood ready to fight when necessary. They were instead communities of practice, groups of individuals committed to the ongoing work of becoming better versions of themselves while helping others do the same. Each order specialized in a different aspect of the struggle against evil. Some focused on the rescue and protection of innocents, others on the redemption of those who had chosen darkness, still others on the prevention of evil through education and community building. The establishment of mortal worship was perhaps the most delicate aspect of Bahamut's crusade. Unlike Tiamat, who offered her followers power and dominion in exchange for service, Bahamut asked for something far more difficult: that his worshippers become better than they were, that they sacrifice their immediate desires for higher principles, that they choose the hard path of virtue over the easy road of self-indulgence. His temples rose not as monuments to his glory, but as centers of community service and moral education. Each temple was required to maintain a hospital, a school, and a shelter for those in need. His priests were trained not just in the ceremonies of worship, but in the practical skills of healing, teaching, and counseling. The faithful who gathered in his temples came not to receive blessings, but to offer service, understanding that their worship was measured not by their devotion, but by their deeds. The rituals of Bahamut's faith emphasized transformation and commitment rather than supplication and reward. His followers did not pray for personal gain, but for the strength to serve others, not for victory over their enemies, but for the wisdom to understand when mercy was more powerful than justice. The sacrifices offered at his altars were not material wealth but personal vices, bad habits and selfish desires, laid down in favor of higher aspirations. Yet perhaps the most challenging aspect of Bahamut's worship was its emphasis on moral growth and personal responsibility. His followers could not simply perform the required rituals and consider themselves righteous. They were expected to constantly examine their own motives, to question their own actions, to hold themselves to standards that grew higher as they grew in wisdom and power. This made his faith far more demanding than most, but also far more transformative for those who embraced it fully. As his influence spread throughout the multiverse, Bahamut began to encounter the inevitable resistance that any force for good must face in a cosmos where evil has already gained significant footholds. Tiamat's followers, guided by their queen's philosophy of might makes right, saw his growing power as a direct challenge to their own dominion. The conflicts that erupted between the servants of the two dragon deities became the first battles in what would become an eternal war. But Bahamut's response to these challenges revealed the fundamental difference between his approach and Tiamat's. Where she met opposition with overwhelming force and sought to crush her enemies completely, he sought first to understand the sources of evil and to address them when possible. His forces fought when they had to, but they also offered redemption to those willing to abandon the path of darkness, protection to those caught between the warring factions, and healing to all who suffered regardless of which side had wounded them. This approach was often frustrating to his more militant followers, who saw mercy shown to enemies as weakness and opportunities for decisive victory wasted in the name of principle. But Bahamut understood that every soul saved from darkness was a greater victory than any battlefield conquest, that every enemy redeemed was worth more than any enemy destroyed. His patience with the process of moral transformation, both in himself and others, became one of his defining characteristics and one of the sources of his greatest strength. The celestial court that grew around Bahamut reflected his commitment to service and transformation, rather than dominion and control. Unlike Tiamat's hierarchical court, where position was determined by power and favor, Bahamut's court was organized around function and need. The highest positions went not to the strongest or most cunning, but to those who had proven themselves most capable of setting aside personal interest in favor of the greater good. His court included not just dragons and celestial beings, but mortals who had achieved such heights of virtue that they had been invited to serve as advisors and counselors. Former paladins who had spent their lives in service to others, clerics who had devoted themselves to healing and teaching, ordinary individuals who had made extraordinary sacrifices for the sake of justice and mercy. This diversity of perspective helped ensure that Bahamut's decisions took into account the full range of consequences and considered the impact on all beings, not just the powerful. As Bahamut's noble crusade took shape, it became clear that he had chosen a path far more difficult than Tiamat's embrace of unconstrained power. Where she could act on impulse and desire, he had to carefully consider the moral implications of every choice. Where she could demand obedience through fear and force, he had to earn loyalty through example and inspiration. Where she could measure success by the extent of her dominion, he had to judge his efforts by their contribution to the overall reduction of suffering and increase of flourishing throughout the multiverse. Yet this difficulty was also the source of his greatest strength. Every victory earned through adherence to principle was worth more than any conquest achieved through compromise. Every follower who chose to serve him freely was more valuable than any who served through fear or coercion. Every moment of peace his efforts created was more meaningful than any empire built on the suffering of others. In the end, Bahamut's noble crusade teaches us that true leadership is not about the accumulation of power, but about the willingness to bear responsibility, not about commanding others, but about inspiring them to become the best versions of themselves. His transformation from cosmic entity to celestial paragon shows us that greatness is not measured by what we can take, but by what we are willing to give, not by our ability to dominate, but by our commitment to serve. In choosing the harder path of virtue, he created not just an alternative to Tiamat's philosophy of might makes right, but a living demonstration that power exercised in service of others is the only power truly worth having. Chapter 4. The First Dragon War. War is the ultimate failure of philosophy, the moment when words prove insufficient to bridge the chasm between irreconcilable worldviews, and violence becomes the final arbiter of cosmic truth. In the aftermath of the Primordial Schism, as Tiamat established her dark dominion, and Bahamut built his noble crusade, the multiverse held its breath, sensing that the gathering storm would reshape the very foundations of existence. The First Dragon War was not merely a conflict between opposing armies, but a cataclysmic collision of fundamental principles that would determine whether the cosmos would be ruled by might or guided by right. The war began not with a single declaration or climactic battle, but with 1,000 smaller conflicts that spread like wildfire across the material planes. Wherever chromatic and metallic dragons shared the same realm, the philosophical divide between their patron deities manifested in increasingly violent confrontations. What had once been territorial disputes over hunting grounds and treasure hoards transformed into ideological crusades where the very nature of draconic existence was at stake. On the world of Kryn, the first blood was spilled when Pyrothraxis, an ancient red dragon who had pledged himself to Tiamat's cause, descended upon the city of Istar, like a crimson star fallen from heaven. The city had been under the protection of Aurelius, a gold dragon devoted to Bahamut's ideals, who had spent centuries quietly safeguarding the mortal population from the predations of evil. The confrontation between them was inevitable, written in the cosmic laws that now governed their opposing natures. The battle above Istar lasted 3 days and 3 nights, the clash of their titanic forms, sending shockwaves across the continent. Pyrothraxus fought with the fury of a creature, unleashed from all moral restraint, his breath weapon turning the very air into superheated death, his claws and fangs seeking not just victory, but the complete annihilation of his opponent. Aurelius responded with the controlled power of righteousness made manifest, his golden flames burning away darkness, while his movements spoke of protection rather than conquest. When the battle ended, both dragons lay broken upon the plain outside the city, their combined blood seeping into the earth, and transforming it into something that would be both blessed and cursed for millennia to come. Pyrothraxus had achieved his goal of destroying his metallic rival, but the cost had been his own existence. Aurelius had succeeded in protecting the mortal city, but his sacrifice left the innocent defenseless against future predations. Neither side could claim true victory, and both had learned the terrible price that cosmic warfare would demand. Yet this single battle, tragic as it was, proved to be merely the prelude to conflicts of unimaginable scope and consequence. As word of the Istar confrontation spread throughout the multiverse, dragons on both sides felt compelled to choose their allegiances and act upon them. The philosophical divide that had begun as intellectual disagreement transformed into visceral hatred as each side witnessed the suffering inflicted by the other. Tiamat's chromatic children embraced warfare with the passionate intensity that defined their nature. Red dragons led flights of their lesser kin in devastating attacks on cities and kingdoms under metallic protection. Blue dragons coordinated lightning strikes that targeted the communication networks and supply lines that connected Bahamut's scattered forces. Green dragons infiltrated mortal courts and organizations, sowing discord and mistrust that weakened the alliances supporting the metallic cause. Black dragons haunted swamps and desolate places, ambushing isolated metallics and their mortal allies with savage efficiency. White dragons brought winter's fury to regions that had never known ice, using the environment itself as a weapon against their enemies. The metallic dragons responded to these attacks with their own campaigns, but their approach reflected the principles that Bahamut had taught them. Gold dragons organized evacuation efforts for threatened populations, while simultaneously preparing to face their chromatic counterparts in single combat. Silver dragons worked to establish refugee centers and healing stations, where the wounded of all species could receive aid regardless of their allegiance. Bronze dragons patrolled the seas and coastlines, preventing chromatic forces from using aquatic routes to bypass metallic defenses. Copper dragons gathered intelligence on chromatic movements, while using their wit and cunning to disrupt enemy plans through misdirection rather than destruction. Brass dragons served as messengers and negotiators, attempting to find peaceful solutions even as the prospects for diplomacy grew increasingly dim. The war escalated beyond the material planes, as both sides sought to secure strategic advantages in the outer planes themselves. Tiamat's forces launched assaults on celestial outposts, seeking to deny Bahamut's followers access to the divine energies that sustained their crusade. Bahamut's champions mounted rescue missions into the Nine Hells, attempting to liberate prisoners and disrupt Tiamat's ability to coordinate her far-flung forces. These planar conflicts took on a surreal quality that defied mortal understanding. In the Feywild, time itself became a weapon as chromatic dragons attempted to trap their metallic enemies in temporal loops, where they would relive their defeats for eternity. The Shadowfell echoed with the roars of dragons, whose forms had been twisted by the plane's life-draining energies, neither truly alive nor properly dead. The elemental chaos became a battlefield where the fundamental forces of creation were weaponized, with fire elementals fighting alongside red dragons, while air elementals answered the call of bronze and silver dragons, seeking to control the storm winds of war. Perhaps the most tragic aspect of the First Dragon War was the way it divided families and sundered bonds that had existed since the dawn of creation. Dragon siblings who had shared the same clutch found themselves on opposite sides of an ideological divide that made reconciliation impossible. Ancient mated pairs were forced to choose between their personal bonds and their cosmic allegiances, leading to confrontations that left both participants spiritually destroyed. regardless of who emerged victorious. The story of Vermithrax and Argentus exemplifies this tragedy. These two dragons had been clutchmates, born in the same moment from eggs laid by a dragon whose nature had encompassed both chromatic and metallic aspects before the Great Division. They had shared their early centuries in perfect harmony, hunting together, exploring the mysteries of magic together, even sharing the same hoard in a display of trust that other dragons found incomprehensible. When the philosophical divide began to manifest in their own hearts, Vermithrax felt drawn to the passionate certainty of Tiamat's vision, while Argentus found himself called to the noble restraint advocated by Bahamut. For decades they attempted to maintain their brotherhood despite their growing ideological differences, believing that their personal bond was stronger than any cosmic conflict. The end came when a group of mortal refugees fleeing a chromatic attack sought shelter in the territory the brothers shared. Vermithrax saw them as prey, weak beings whose suffering would serve as fitting tribute to Tiamat's glory. Argentus saw them as innocents deserving protection, mortals whose lives had value beyond their utility to draconic ambitions. The argument that erupted between them escalated into violence that neither had intended but both found themselves unable to prevent. Their battle raged for 7 days across mountain peaks and deep valleys, two perfectly matched opponents whose every strength was countered by intimate knowledge of the other's weaknesses. In the end, they struck each other down simultaneously, their dying breaths mingling in the cold mountain air, as they remembered, too late, the love that had once bound them together. The mortal refugees they had fought over were found days later, frozen to death in a cave, where they had hidden from the violence that was supposed to determine their fate. As the war spread and intensified, both Tiamat and Bahamut found themselves forced to take more direct action than either had originally intended. Their cosmic conflict had begun as a philosophical disagreement that they had expected their followers to resolve through demonstration and example. Instead, it had become a spiraling cycle of violence that threatened to consume everything they both claimed to value. Tiamat's response to the escalating conflict was characteristically direct and overwhelming. She manifested multiple avatars across different planes simultaneously, each one embodying a different aspect of her chromatic nature. Her red aspect led massive assaults on celestial strongholds, wielding flames hot enough to melt the crystalline walls of Mount Celestia itself. Her blue aspect coordinated strategic strikes against Bahamut's mortal followers, demonstrating a tactical brilliance that made even the most experienced military commanders seem like children playing with toy soldiers. Her green aspect infiltrated the highest levels of metallic dragon society, spreading poison that corrupted some of Bahamut's most trusted servants. Her black aspect haunted the nightmares of those who opposed her, driving many to madness or despair. Her white aspect calculated casualties and resources with icy precision, treating the war as a mathematical equation where the variables were lives and the solution was total victory. Bahamut's intervention took a more restrained but equally powerful form. Rather than manifesting multiple aspects, he chose to appear as his complete, unified self, but only at moments of greatest need when his presence could prevent the war from descending into complete atrocity. He appeared at the siege of Celestial City to prevent its fall to chromatic forces, his platinum scales reflecting light that blinded attackers while inspiring defenders. He manifested above the fields of lamentation to stop a massacre of mortal refugees, caught between opposing dragon armies, his voice carrying such authority that even Tiamat's most fanatical servants paused in their slaughter. He stood guard over the wounded sanctuaries where dragons of both sides who had been maimed in battle received healing, enforcing a truce that allowed mercy to exist even in the midst of cosmic war. Yet perhaps the most significant battles of the First Dragon War were those fought not with claw and flame, but with word and deed, as both sides attempted to win the support of the non-draconic races that populated the multiverse. Tiamat's agents offered power and protection to mortal rulers who would acknowledge her supremacy, while Bahamut's champions worked to establish just governments and fair laws that would make tyranny unnecessary. The mortals caught in this cosmic struggle found themselves facing impossible choices. Those who allied with Tiamat's forces gained immediate protection from chromatic attacks and access to resources that could transform their civilizations, but at the cost of becoming complicit in systems of oppression that ground the weak beneath the feet of the strong. Those who chose to support Bahamut's cause received aid in building just societies and protection from tyranny, but often found themselves targeted by chromatic forces seeking to punish their defiance. Some mortal civilizations attempted to remain neutral in the Dragon War, hoping to avoid the destruction that allegiance to either side seemed to bring. These neutrality attempts invariably failed, as the cosmic nature of the conflict made true neutrality impossible. Every choice, no matter how small, reflected underlying values that aligned with either Tiamat's philosophy of might makes right, or Bahamut's commitment to justice and protection of the innocent. The war reached its climax in a series of simultaneous battles, fought across 7 different planes of existence, each one representing a different aspect of the cosmic struggle between order and chaos, good and evil, freedom and tyranny. On the material plane, the forces clashed in the Dragonfall Mountains, where the landscape itself was transformed by the intensity of their conflict. In the 9 Hells, Bahamut's champions mounted an assault on Tiamat's throne room itself, seeking to end the war through a decisive strike at its source. In Mount Celestia, Tiamat's avatars led their forces in an attempt to corrupt the very heart of goodness. In the Feywild, time and space warped around battles that lasted moments and eternities simultaneously. In the Shadowfell, the conflict took on the character of a war between hope and despair themselves. In the elemental chaos, the fundamental forces of creation were unleashed as weapons that reshaped reality with every blow. In the astral plane, thoughts became armies and ideas became weapons in a conflict that was fought with pure will and intention. The resolution of the First Dragon War came not through victory for either side, but through mutual exhaustion and the recognition that total victory would require the destruction of everything both sides claimed to be fighting for. The casualties had been staggering. Entire species of lesser dragons had been driven to extinction. Mortal civilizations had collapsed under the weight of cosmic conflict, and even the outer planes themselves bore scars that would never fully heal. The truce that ended the war was negotiated, not by the combatants themselves, but by a council of neutral cosmic entities who recognized that the continued conflict threatened the stability of the multiverse itself. The terms were simple but profound. Both sides would withdraw their forces to their respective strongholds, neither would seek to completely destroy the other, and future conflicts would be bound by certain cosmic laws that prevented the use of reality-destroying weapons or the targeting of non-combatant populations. Yet the most significant consequence of the First Dragon War was not the formal treaty that ended it, but the transformation it wrought in both Tiamat and Bahamut themselves. Both deities had learned that their philosophical differences could not be resolved through force, that the cosmic balance they had once shared could not be restored through victory, and that their eternal opposition had become a fundamental law of existence itself. Tiamat emerged from the war with her conviction in the righteousness of power, strengthened by the knowledge that her enemies had fought her to a standstill despite their supposed moral superiority. If goodness was truly stronger than evil, she reasoned, then Bahamut should have been able to achieve decisive victory. The fact that he had not proved to her satisfaction that his philosophy of restraint and mercy was ultimately weakness disguised as virtue. Bahamut drew different lessons from the same events. He recognized that his commitment to protecting the innocent had prevented him from using the full extent of his power, and that this restraint, while morally necessary, had prolonged the conflict and increased its casualties. He resolved to find ways to end future conflicts more quickly and decisively, while still maintaining his commitment to justice and mercy. The First Dragon War established patterns that would define the eternal conflict between Tiamat and Bahamut for all time. It demonstrated that neither could destroy the other without destroying themselves, that their opposition was not a flaw in creation, but a fundamental aspect of it, and that their struggle would be fought not just with armies and avatars, but through the choices made by every intelligent being in the multiverse. In the end, the first Dragon War teaches us that some conflicts cannot be resolved but only contained, that some oppositions are so fundamental that they become part of the structure of reality itself. The war between Tiamat and Bahamut is not a temporary aberration that will someday be corrected, but an eternal dynamic that reflects the ongoing tension between power and responsibility, freedom and order, the individual will and the common good. Their first war was not the last, but merely the first chapter in a story that will continue as long as choice exists and consciousness endures. Chapter 5. Champions of Darkness. Evil does not create itself, but finds willing vessels in those who mistake cruelty for strength, tyranny for order, and destruction for purpose. In the aftermath of the First Dragon War, as the cosmic balance settled into its new configuration of eternal opposition, Tiamat understood that her philosophy of unconstrained power required more than divine mandate to spread throughout the multiverse. It needed champions, living embodiments of her vision, who could serve as both weapons and examples, demonstrating to all creation what mortals and dragons alike could become when they embraced the dark majesty of absolute dominion. The greatest of these champions was Dragatha, once a silver dragon of noble bearing, whose fall from grace became a cautionary tale, whispered in the deepest vaults of draconic memory. In his early centuries, Dragatha had served Bahamut with the fervor of the truly converted, his silver scales gleaming like captured starlight as he flew missions of mercy and protection throughout the material planes. He had been everything a metallic dragon should be, wise in counsel, brave in battle, compassionate to the weak, and utterly dedicated to the cause of justice. Yet within that very dedication lay the seeds of his eventual corruption. Dragatha's commitment to protecting the innocent was so absolute that he began to see mercy toward evil as a form of betrayal of those he sought to defend. When raiding parties of orcs threatened a human settlement, he did not simply drive them away, but pursued them to their lairs and exterminated them utterly. When a cult of Tiamat began operating in a city under his protection, he did not arrest the cultists, but burned them alive in their secret temple. When lesser dragons showed even the slightest inclination toward chromatic philosophies, he hunted them down before they could fully embrace their dark impulses. The other servants of Bahamut watched Dragatha's methods with growing unease, but none could argue with his results. The territories under his protection became the safest in the known multiverse, cleansed of evil through techniques so thorough that even the potential for future corruption seemed impossible. Yet in making himself into a perfect weapon against darkness, Dragatha had unknowingly prepared himself to become darkness incarnate. The transformation began when Dragatha encountered a cult dedicated to the worship of Chaos, the worm that walks. These cultists had developed necromantic techniques that could corrupt the very essence of draconic life force, transforming noble metals into undead abominations that retained their power while losing their conscience. When Dragatha attempted to destroy this cult through his usual methods of overwhelming force, he found himself infected by spores that began a slow transformation of his silver scales into something far more sinister. Rather than seek aid from his fellow servants of Bahamut, Dragatha chose to hide his condition, convinced that his own will was strong enough to overcome any corruption. This decision, born of pride disguised as self-reliance, sealed his fate. The spores worked their way into his draconic essence, not through force but through persuasion, whispering that his methods had always been correct, that mercy was indeed weakness, that the only way to truly protect the innocent was to eliminate not just evil itself, but the very possibility of choosing evil. As the corruption spread through his body and soul, Dragatha began to see Bahamut's philosophy of restraint and redemption as the true enemy of justice. How many innocents had died while metallics offered second chances to creatures who deserved only destruction? How much suffering could be prevented if those with the power to end evil once and for all simply had the courage to do so? The whispers of the corruption became the voice of what he convinced himself was pure logic, untainted by the sentimental weaknesses that limited other servants of good. When the transformation was complete, Dragotha had become something unprecedented in Draconic history. A Dracolich whose undead state was not the result of seeking immortality, but of pursuing perfect justice. His silver scales had turned the color of tarnished metal. His eyes burned with cold fire that saw everything in terms of threats to be eliminated, or resources to be utilized. Yet he retained all his intelligence, all his tactical brilliance, and all his absolute conviction that he was serving the greater good. Tiamat recognized in the fallen silver dragon a champion whose value transcended simple power. Dragatha brought to her cause something she had never possessed, the credibility of one who had genuinely served good and found it wanting. When he spoke to other dragons about the failures of Bahamut's philosophy, his words carried the weight of personal experience. When he demonstrated the effectiveness of ruthless methods, his audience could not dismiss him as merely evil, but had to confront the possibility that evil might sometimes be more efficient than good. Under Tiamat's guidance, Dragatha established the Iron Dominion, a realm where his philosophy of absolute order through absolute power was implemented with mechanical precision. Here, crime was impossible, because criminals were eliminated before they could act. Poverty was unknown, because the weak were either made useful or removed. Dissent was unthinkable, because dissenters simply disappeared. The Iron Dominion became Tiamat's showcase, her proof that her philosophy could create a kind of peace, even if it was the peace of the grave. Yet Dragatha was far from Tiamat's only champion. In the burning deserts of Athos, the red dragon Boris carved out an empire built on the principle that power was its own justification. Unlike Dragatha, who had fallen from grace, Boris had embraced Tiamat's philosophy from the moment of his hatching, never knowing doubt or restraint. His empire expanded through a simple method. Any settlement that could not defend itself was absorbed. Any ruler who could not match his strength was replaced. Any resource that existed was claimed for his use. Boris surrounded himself with mortal servants who shared his vision of a world ruled by the strong for the benefit of the strong. His defilers drew magical energy directly from the life force of the land itself, leaving behind wastelands that could never again support weakness in any form. His Templars enforced laws that were simple and absolute. Obey the strong, serve the powerful. Ask for nothing that you cannot take by force. Under his rule, the weak learned to hide or die, while the strong learned to serve or be destroyed by someone stronger. The empire Boris created became a perfect expression of social Darwinism, taken to its logical extreme. Every position was held by the individual strong enough to claim it and cunning enough to keep it. Every resource flowed to those capable of seizing and defending it. Every law served the interests of those with the power to enforce it. The result was a society of perfect efficiency and perfect brutality, where waste was eliminated along with compassion, where strength was rewarded and weakness was punished with extinction. In the frozen wastes of the north, the white dragon Icing Death took a different approach to serving Tiamat's cause. Where Boris ruled through overwhelming force and Dragatha through systematic elimination of opposition, Icing Death specialized in the corruption of existing power structures. She understood that evil was most effective when it wore the mask of legitimacy, when it could claim to serve the greater good while advancing its own interests. Icing Death's method was to approach struggling kingdoms and offer solutions to their problems that seemed both generous and practical. A realm facing invasion from barbarian hordes would receive her aid in exchange for small concessions that seemed reasonable. A voice in determining military strategy, the right to recruit soldiers from among the kingdom's population, control over certain strategic resources. A nation suffering from famine would be offered food supplies in return for seemingly minor agreements, trading rights, land grants, the establishment of temples to Tiamat, disguised as shrines to prosperity and abundance. Over time, these small concessions accumulated into total dependence. The kingdoms that accepted Icing Death's aid found themselves unable to function without her continued support. Their economies restructured around her requirements, their military strategies dependent on her guidance. their populations indoctrinated into accepting her authority as natural and necessary. By the time they realized the true nature of their situation, resistance had become impossible without inviting the very disasters she had originally offered to prevent. The genius of Icing Death's approach lay in its use of the target's own values against them. Rulers who prided themselves on protecting their people found themselves compromising their principles to maintain the aid that kept their subjects safe. Citizens who valued security above freedom discovered that they had traded one for the other, so gradually that they never noticed the transaction taking place. Religious leaders who sought to serve their deities found themselves serving Tiamat instead, convinced that her demands were simply practical necessities rather than theological requirements. Perhaps the most insidious of Tiamat's champions was Azarul, a blue dragon, whose mastery of political manipulation made Icing Death's direct approach seem crude by comparison. Rather than conquering territories or corrupting existing governments, Azarul specialized in creating conflicts that would require his intervention to resolve. He was the whispered advisor who convinced neighboring kingdoms that their disputes could only be settled through war. He was the merchant prince whose trade manipulations created the economic pressures that forced peaceful nations into desperate alliances. He was the scholar whose historical research always seemed to uncover ancient claims and forgotten grievances that justified present aggression. Azharul's campaigns unfolded over centuries, with each move planned to create exactly the response that would justify his next intervention. He would arm both sides of a conflict while serving as a neutral mediator, ensuring that the war lasted long enough to exhaust all participants. He would provide intelligence to military leaders that was accurate but incomplete, leading them to victories that created new problems requiring his further assistance. He would introduce new technologies and magical techniques that seemed beneficial but carried hidden costs that became apparent only after dependence had been established. The societies that fell under Azarul's influence never experienced conquest in any traditional sense. Instead, they evolved gradually toward Tiamat's vision of power-based hierarchy, convinced at each step that they were making rational choices in response to external pressures that just happened to require increasingly authoritarian solutions. Democracy became oligarchy, became tyranny, became direct service to Tiamat, with each transition seeming not only logical, but inevitable, given the circumstances that Azarul had so carefully orchestrated. The Black Dragon Scuthosian took yet another approach to advancing Tiamat's cause, specializing in the corruption of heroes and the destruction of hope itself. Where other champions sought to build empires or manipulate societies, Scuthosian focused on individuals, identifying the most noble and capable servants of good, and systematically destroying not just their lives, but their faith in the principles they served. Scuthosian's method involved extensive research into his target's backgrounds, relationships, and psychological vulnerabilities. He would identify the people, places, and principles that a hero valued most, then engineer situations where those values came into conflict with each other. A paladin devoted to both justice and mercy would be forced to choose between punishing the guilty and protecting the innocent. A cleric dedicated to healing would be presented with wounded enemies and allies alike when resources existed to save only one group. A ranger committed to protecting the natural world would watch helplessly as saving an ecosystem required sacrificing the sentient creatures who depended on it. The scenarios Scuthosian created were designed not to be simple tests of moral fiber, but impossible dilemmas where any choice led to the betrayal of deeply held principles. His genius lay in understanding that the most devastating corruption came not from external temptation, but from internal contradiction, from forcing good people to violate their own standards in pursuit of what they believed to be necessary outcomes. Heroes who survived Scuthosian's attention often emerged fundamentally changed, their faith in absolute moral principles shattered by the experience of being forced to choose between competing goods. Some abandoned their calling entirely, convinced that the complexity of real-world situations made rigid ethical systems impossible to maintain. Others became cynical pragmatists who retained their commitment to generally positive outcomes while abandoning their belief in the methods traditionally used to achieve them. A few joined Tiamat's cause directly, convinced that her philosophy of power-based decision-making was more honest than the self-deceptive moralizing they had practiced before. The green dragon Verderith represented perhaps the most patient of Tiamat's champions, her campaigns unfolding over millennia as she worked to corrupt entire bloodlines and cultural traditions. Unlike champions who sought immediate and visible results, Verderith understood that the most lasting victories were those that changed the fundamental assumptions underlying civilization itself. Verderith's specialty was the introduction of seemingly minor modifications to cultural practices and institutional structures that gradually shifted entire societies toward Tiamat's philosophy, without anyone noticing the transition. She would infiltrate the academies where future leaders were educated, introducing subtle changes to curricula that emphasized competitive rather than cooperative solutions to social problems. She would influence the religious institutions that shaped moral understanding, sponsoring theological debates that gradually eroded confidence in absolute ethical principles. She would manipulate the economic systems that determined resource distribution, creating incentive structures that rewarded selfishness while punishing altruism. The changes Verderith implemented were so gradual and seemed so reasonable that they encountered little resistance. A minor modification to inheritance laws that slightly favored the strong over the weak. A small adjustment to military doctrine that prioritized victory over honor. A subtle shift in educational emphasis from character building to practical skills. Individually, each change seemed logical and beneficial. Collectively, they transformed societies that had once embodied Bahamut's ideals into cultures that unconsciously operated according to Tiamat's principles. The most terrifying aspect of Verderith's work was its irreversibility. By the time anyone recognized what had happened, the changes had become so deeply embedded in cultural assumptions that questioning them seemed absurd. Societies that had once believed in justice and compassion continued to use the same words, but meant entirely different things by them. Laws that had once protected the weak were reinterpreted to serve the interests of the strong. Traditions that had once celebrated cooperation were transformed into celebrations of competition. The diversity of Tiamat's champions demonstrated the flexibility and adaptability of her philosophy. Unlike Bahamut's servants, who were constrained by their commitment to specific methods and principles, Tiamat's followers could employ any technique that proved effective. They could be subtle or obvious, patient or immediate, merciful or cruel, honest or deceptive, depending on what the situation required. The only constant was their commitment to the expansion of power-based hierarchy and the elimination of alternatives to Tiamat's vision of cosmic order. Yet perhaps the most significant aspect of Tiamat's champions was not their individual achievements, but their collective demonstration that evil could be rational, efficient, and even beneficial under certain circumstances. They proved that tyranny could create stability, that cruelty could prevent greater suffering, that the elimination of choice could reduce conflict. Their successes forced even Bahamut's most devoted servants to confront uncomfortable questions about the practical limitations of purely good approaches to complex problems. The legacy of Tiamat's champions extended far beyond the territories they conquered or the institutions they corrupted. They established templates for the exercise of evil that would be copied and refined by countless followers throughout the ages. More importantly, they demonstrated that the choice between good and evil was not simply a choice between happiness and suffering, order and chaos, but a choice between fundamentally different visions of what existence should be and how intelligent beings should relate to one another. In the end, the champions of darkness teach us that evil's greatest strength lies not in its ability to destroy good, but in its capacity to offer alternative definitions of what good means. They show us that the path to tyranny is paved not with obvious cruelties, but with reasonable accommodations to practical necessities. Their stories serve as warnings that the price of freedom is not just eternal vigilance against external threats, but constant examination of our own assumptions about what we are willing to sacrifice in the name of security, efficiency, and order. They remind us that every society is only a few reasonable compromises away from becoming everything it once stood against. Chapter 6. Paladins of the Platinum Flame. Heroism is not the absence of fear, but the mastery of it. Not the lack of temptation, but the strength to resist it. Not the privilege of the perfect, but the choice of the flawed to become something greater than themselves. In response to the growing influence of Tiamat's champions and their demonstrations that evil could be both rational and effective, Bahamut understood that his cause required more than philosophical arguments and moral examples. It needed champions of its own, beings who could prove through deed and sacrifice that goodness was not weakness, that mercy was not foolishness, and that the choice to serve others was the highest expression of true strength. The first and greatest of these champions was Salamarith, a gold dragon whose dedication to Bahamut's ideals transformed him from a powerful individual into a living symbol of everything the Platinum Dragon represented. Unlike Tiamat's champions, who had achieved their positions through conquest, corruption, or manipulation, Salamarith had earned his through a lifetime of service so selfless and complete that even his enemies acknowledged his nobility. Salamarith's path to championship began in the mortal realm of Faerun, where he had taken the form of a human paladin to better understand the struggles faced by the beings he had sworn to protect. For decades, he lived among humans as Sir Salamander, a knight whose golden hair and gentle manner concealed his true draconic nature. He accepted no special privileges, claimed no authority beyond what his actions earned, and sought no recognition for deeds that saved countless lives. The test that would define Salamarith's legacy came when the city of Waterdeep faced invasion by an army led by Boris himself, Tiamat's Red Dragon champion, whose iron dominion had expanded to threaten all the civilized realms of the material plane. The city's defenders were vastly outnumbered. Its walls were crumbling under assault by defiler magic, and its population was on the verge of panic. Military leaders counseled evacuation, while political leaders debated terms of surrender that might preserve some semblance of autonomy under Boris's rule. Salamarith faced a choice that would have challenged even the most committed servant of good. He could reveal his true form and engage Boris in single combat, but such a confrontation would likely destroy the very city he sought to save. He could use his draconic power to evacuate the population, but abandoning the city would give Boris a strategic victory that would facilitate future conquests. He could attempt to organize a defense with his mortal form concealed, but without the full extent of his abilities. Failure seemed inevitable. The solution Salamarith chose became the template for all future paladins of the Platinum Flame. Rather than relying on his individual power, he revealed his true nature not as a weapon to be deployed, but as an inspiration to be shared. Standing before the assembled defenders of Waterdeep, he allowed his human disguise to fall away, revealing his magnificent golden form not in preparation for battle, but in demonstration of trust. "I am Salamarith," his voice rang across the battlements, "servant of Bahamut and guardian of all who choose the path of justice. But I do not fight alone, for the strength of good lies not in individual power, but in the bonds that unite us in common cause. Let any who would stand against tyranny step forward, and I will share with them the flame that burns eternal in service of the innocent." The ritual that followed had never been attempted before, and would never be replicated exactly again. Salamarith breathed upon the assembled volunteers, not the destructive fire of combat, but the transformative flame of dedication, imbuing them with a fraction of his own draconic essence, while binding them together in a fellowship that transcended individual strength. The result was the creation of the First Order of the Platinum Flame, a brotherhood of mortal champions who fought with the coordinated power of dragonkind, while maintaining the versatility and adaptability of their human forms. The battle that followed became legend throughout the multiverse. The Platinum Paladins, as they came to be known, fought with a unity that made them far more than the sum of their individual abilities. They moved as one organism, each warrior's actions complementing those of his companions in patterns that seemed choreographed by divine inspiration. When one fell, another immediately took his place, and when the formation was broken, it reformed around new focal points without losing effectiveness. Boris, accustomed to the individual challenges that characterized draconic combat, found himself facing something unprecedented, an opponent that was simultaneously one and many, whose strength grew rather than diminished as the battle progressed. Every blow he struck was absorbed by the formation and redistributed among all its members. Every tactical advantage he gained was immediately countered by adaptations that seemed to anticipate his responses before he made them. The Red Dragon's defeat came not through the overwhelming force he had expected, but through the gradual realization that he was fighting not just warriors but an ideal made manifest. The Platinum Paladins were not simply defending a city, but demonstrating a way of being that made his philosophy of individual dominance seem primitive and limited. When he finally retreated, it was not because he had been overpowered, but because he had been shown the poverty of his own understanding. The success at Waterdeep established the pattern for Bahamut's response to Tiamat's champions. Rather than matching evil champion with good champion in individual duels of power, the servants of the Platinum Dragon would demonstrate that cooperation was stronger than competition, that service was more powerful than dominion, and that the willing sacrifice of the few for the many could achieve what no amount of individual strength could accomplish. The second great champion to emerge from Bahamut's ranks was Pyrolinda, a silver dragon whose specialty was the redemption of those who had chosen the path of evil. Where Salamarith demonstrated the power of unified good, Pyrolinda proved that even the most corrupted soul could be restored to the light through patient dedication and unwavering compassion. Pyrolinda's greatest achievement was the redemption of Scuthosian, the Black Dragon champion whose destruction of heroes had seemed to prove that good was ultimately fragile and self-defeating. The confrontation between them began not with battle but with Pyrolinda's decision to surrender herself voluntarily to Scuthosian's torments, offering herself as a subject for his experiments in corruption, while maintaining complete transparency about her intentions. "I know what you do," she told the Black Dragon as she entered his domain of despair. "I know how you break the spirits of the noble and transform faith into cynicism. I offer myself willingly to your arts, with only one condition: that you experience everything you inflict upon me, that you feel what I feel as you attempt to destroy what I believe." The psychological duel that followed lasted for years, with Scuthosian employing every technique in his arsenal of spiritual destruction, while Pyrolinda maintained her commitment to compassion even for her tormentor. She experienced every horror he could devise, faced every impossible moral dilemma he could construct, endured every betrayal and disappointment he could orchestrate. Yet through it all, she responded not with the despair he expected, but with an ever-deepening understanding of the pain that had driven him to his current state. The turning point came when Scuthosian realized that his connection to Pyrolinda was allowing him to experience not just her suffering but her joy, not just her moments of doubt, but her unwavering faith in the possibility of redemption. For the first time in centuries he felt the warmth of genuine compassion directed toward him, not as a target for conversion, but as a being deserving of love, despite his choices. The transformation of Scuthosian from destroyer of hope to guardian of redemption became one of the most celebrated victories in the ongoing war between good and evil. Yet perhaps more importantly, it established the principle that no soul was beyond salvation if someone was willing to pay the price in patience, suffering, and love required to reach them. The bronze dragon Tithonicus represented a different aspect of Bahamut's championship, specializing in the protection of the innocent through the establishment of just laws and fair institutions. Where Salamarith demonstrated the power of unity and Pyrolinda proved the possibility of redemption, Tithonicus showed that good could be systematic, organized, and enduring rather than merely individual and temporary. Tithonicus's great work was the establishment of the Covenant cities, a network of settlements connected by shared principles of justice and mutual aid, rather than common ethnicity or geography. Each city that joined the Covenant agreed to uphold certain fundamental principles: the protection of the weak, the fair distribution of resources, the peaceful resolution of disputes, and the mutual defense against tyranny in all its forms. The genius of Tithonicus's system lay in its recognition that good intentions were not sufficient to create good outcomes, that justice required not just individual virtue but institutional structures that made virtue practical and sustainable. The Covenant cities developed innovative approaches to governance that balanced individual freedom with collective responsibility, created economic systems that rewarded cooperation while encouraging innovation, and established military doctrines that prioritized defense while maintaining the capability for intervention against oppression. The success of the Covenant cities in maintaining their principles while prospering economically and defending themselves militarily provided a practical alternative to the authoritarian efficiency demonstrated by Tiamat's champions. They proved that societies based on consent rather than coercion could be more stable and productive than those ruled by fear, that laws based on justice rather than power could command greater obedience than those enforced through violence. Perhaps the most unexpected of Bahamut's champions was Verdania, a copper dragon whose use of wit, humor, and clever misdirection proved that good could triumph over evil through intelligence rather than force. Where other champions met darkness with light, Verdania confronted it with laughter, using ridicule and absurdity to expose the fundamental contradictions in evil's claims to superiority. Verdania's approach was particularly effective against Azarul, Tiamat's blue dragon champion, whose political manipulations had destabilized entire regions through carefully orchestrated conflicts. Rather than attempting to counter his schemes directly, Verdania exposed their underlying absurdity through a campaign of satirical theater that made his manipulations seem petty and ridiculous rather than threatening and sophisticated. The plays that Verdania commissioned and sponsored spread throughout the territories under Azarul's influence, using comedy to reveal the logical inconsistencies in his propaganda and the transparent selfishness behind his claims to serve the greater good. Audiences who had been too frightened or confused to resist his manipulations directly found themselves laughing at his pretensions, and laughter proved to be a more powerful solvent of tyranny than any amount of righteous anger. The ultimate confrontation between Verdania and Azarul took the form of a public debate conducted entirely in verse, with each participant required to respond to the other's arguments using increasingly complex poetic forms. The debate lasted for 3 days and attracted audiences from across the multiverse, becoming as much entertainment as political discourse. Azarul's defeat came not through logical refutation of his positions, but through his inability to maintain his dignity while defending the ultimately indefensible. As his arguments became more desperate and his poetic responses more forced, he began to appear not as a sophisticated manipulator, but as a pretentious fraud, whose claims to wisdom crumbled under the pressure of genuine scrutiny. The brass dragon Solarith brought yet another dimension to Bahamut's championship, specializing in the healing of wounds both physical and spiritual that evil had inflicted upon the multiverse. Where other champions fought against darkness, Solarith worked to repair the damage that darkness had already caused, understanding that victory over evil was meaningless if its victims were left to suffer the consequences of their trauma. Solarith's great work was the establishment of the sanctuaries of renewal, places where those who had been harmed by evil could find not just healing but transformation. These sanctuaries served refugees from tyrannical regimes, veterans of cosmic wars, former cultists seeking to escape their past allegiances, and anyone else whose encounter with evil had left them broken in body, mind, or spirit. The healing offered in these sanctuaries went beyond mere restoration to previous conditions. Solarith understood that many of those who sought his aid had been damaged so severely that returning them to their former state would leave them vulnerable to future harm. Instead, the sanctuaries offered opportunities for genuine growth and transformation, helping their guests become stronger, wiser, and more resilient than they had been before their encounters with darkness. The most remarkable aspect of Solarith's work was his ability to transform victims into healers, to help those who had suffered find meaning in their pain by using their experiences to help others facing similar challenges. Many of the most effective counselors and teachers in the sanctuaries were former victims who had found in service to others the path to their own complete healing. The collective achievement of Bahamut's champions was the demonstration that good was not merely the absence of evil, but a positive force capable of transformation, creation, and growth. They proved that cooperation was more powerful than competition, that redemption was possible even for the most corrupted souls, that justice could be systematic and enduring, that laughter could triumph over fear, and that healing could transform suffering into wisdom. Yet perhaps their greatest victory was the inspiration they provided to countless others throughout the multiverse. Every mortal who witnessed their deeds saw proof that heroism was possible, that individual choice could matter in cosmic conflicts, that the decision to serve others rather than oneself was not foolishness but the highest form of wisdom. The orders of the Platinum Flame that grew from their examples became beacons of hope in a multiverse where darkness often seemed ascendant. These orders attracted not just the naturally heroic but ordinary individuals who found in Bahamut's champions proof that they too could become more than they had ever imagined possible. The Paladins who followed in their footsteps carried forward not just their techniques and institutions, but their fundamental insight, that good was not a burden to be borne, but a gift to be shared, not a restriction on freedom, but the foundation that made true freedom possible. They understood that every act of service strengthened the bonds that held civilization together, that every moment of compassion made the entire multiverse a little brighter, and that every choice to help rather than harm contributed to the eternal victory of light over darkness. In the end, the Paladins of the Platinum Flame teach us that heroism is not a special talent granted to a chosen few, but a potential that exists within every conscious being. Their stories remind us that the choice between good and evil is made not once but countless times throughout our lives, and that each choice to serve others rather than ourselves brings us closer to the divine spark that Bahamut represents. They show us that true strength lies not in the ability to dominate others, but in the willingness to lift them up, and that the greatest victories are those that create more heroes rather than more subjects. Chapter 7. The Cult of the Dragon. Fanaticism is not born from strength of belief, but from the desperate need to make meaninglessness meaningful, to transform personal powerlessness into cosmic significance, and to find in service to a greater darkness the identity that light has failed to provide. In the shadowed corners of the multiverse, where Tiamat's influence seeps through the cracks of reality, like poison through stone, there arose a mortal cult whose devotion to their dark queen would surpass even that of her draconic children, whose fanaticism would reshape the very nature of death itself, and whose ultimate goal would threaten the fundamental balance between life and oblivion. The Cult of the Dragon began not as a grand conspiracy, but as a collection of desperate souls seeking answers to questions that conventional wisdom could not address. In the aftermath of the First Dragon War, as refugees and survivors struggled to rebuild their shattered lives, many found themselves haunted by a terrible realization. The cosmic forces of good had proven insufficient to prevent the catastrophes that had destroyed everything they held dear. If Bahamut's paladins were truly righteous, why had they failed to protect the innocent? If justice was real, why did the wicked prosper while the virtuous suffered? These questions found their first formal expression in the writings of Sandmaster, a human wizard whose brilliance had been matched only by his bitterness. Once a promising student of magic, whose research into draconic lore had earned him recognition among the scholarly communities of multiple realms, Sandmaster had watched his life's work destroyed in a single night, when chromatic dragons razed the great library of Candlekeep in retaliation for its harboring of metallics during the war. Standing amid the smoking ruins of 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge, Sandmaster experienced what he would later describe as a moment of perfect clarity. The conventional understanding of good and evil was a lie designed to comfort the weak and restrain the strong. The dragons had shown the truth. Reality belonged to those with the power to shape it, and morality was nothing more than the elaborate self-deception of beings too weak to embrace their true nature. Yet Sandmaster's revelation went deeper than simple nihilism. If power was the only truth, then the greatest power belonged to those who had transcended the limitations of mortality itself. Dragons, even the mighty chromatics who served Tiamat, were still bound by the constraints of living flesh. But what if they could be freed from those constraints, while retaining their strength? What if death itself could be transformed from an ending into a beginning, from a limitation into an enhancement? The research that followed would consume the remainder of Sam Master's mortal life, and establish the theoretical foundation for one of the most horrifying transformations ever conceived. Drawing upon necromantic texts recovered from the ruins of ancient civilizations, draconic lore gleaned from forgotten archives, and insights derived from his own desperate communion with the dark forces that whispered at the edges of reality, he developed the ritual that would become known as the Dracolich transformation. The process was as elegant as it was abhorrent. A dragon would be ritually slain at the moment of its greatest power, its death orchestrated to channel its departing life force into a specially prepared phylactery that would serve as the anchor for its undead existence. But unlike the crude lichdom achieved by mortal necromancers, the Dracolich transformation preserved not just the dragon's magical abilities, but enhanced them, freeing the creature from the need for rest, food, or any of the other vulnerabilities that plagued living beings. More importantly, the ritual created a permanent connection between the transformed dragon and Tiamat herself, making each Dracolich not just an undead creature, but a living prayer to the Dark Queen's glory. Through the phylactery, Tiamat could speak directly to her transformed servants, could share her knowledge and power with them, could coordinate their efforts across vast distances and multiple planes of existence. The Dragolets became extensions of her will, in ways that even her most devoted living servants could never achieve. The first successful transformation was performed upon Draconus Rex, an ancient blue dragon whose pride had made him receptive to Sam Master's promises of enhanced power and eternal existence. The ritual itself lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, with Sam Master and his assembled cult members chanting invocations that grew progressively more alien and disturbing as the transformation progressed. On the first day, they called upon the power of endings, invoking death not as destruction but as change. On the second day, they appealed to the forces of preservation, begging that what was essential in the dragon be maintained beyond the grave. On the third day, they opened channels to the negative energy plane, allowing the raw force of unlife to flow into the ritual space. On the fourth day, they consecrated the phylactery with the blood of innocence, creating a permanent connection between the dragon's essence and the suffering of others. On the fifth day, they invoked Tiamat's name in languages that predated mortal civilization, speaking words that caused reality itself to recoil in horror. On the sixth day, they performed the ritual killing, ending the dragon's life, while simultaneously binding its departing soul to the prepared vessel. On the seventh day, they witnessed the resurrection, as Draconus Rex returned to existence transformed and terrible. The creature that arose from the ritual bore little resemblance to the proud blue dragon that had volunteered for the transformation. Its scales had taken on the gray-white color of bleached bone. Its eyes burned with cold fire that reflected no warmth or mercy, and its breath weapon had been transformed from mere lightning into a force that could drain the life from anything it touched. More disturbing than these physical changes was the fundamental alteration in its personality. Where once there had been pride and ambition, now there was only cold calculation and absolute devotion to Tiamat's will. Yet Draconus Rex retained all of its intelligence and magical ability, enhanced by its freedom from mortal limitations. It could cast spells continuously without fatigue, could remain active indefinitely without rest, could heal from wounds that would have been fatal to a living creature. Most importantly, it could sense and communicate with other undead creatures across vast distances, making it the perfect coordinator for cult operations throughout the multiverse. The success of the first transformation inspired others, and within decades the cult of the dragon had established hidden cells in dozens of worlds, each one working to identify potential candidates for Dracolich transformation and gather the resources necessary to perform the ritual. The The cult's recruiting efforts focused on dragons who had experienced significant losses or disappointments, creatures whose pride or ambition had been wounded in ways that made them receptive to promises of enhanced power and eternal existence. Yet the cult's influence extended far beyond the dragons they sought to transform. Understanding that their ultimate goal required vast resources and extensive networks of mortal agents, they developed recruitment strategies that appealed to the darkest impulses of civilized society. They offered wealth to the impoverished, power to the oppressed, knowledge to the ignorant, and revenge to the wronged. In exchange, they asked only for service, loyalty, and the willingness to participate in acts that conventional morality would condemn. The cult's mortal members were organized into cells that operated independently, while serving the same ultimate purpose. The lowest level consisted of simple cultists who performed basic tasks, gathering information, acquiring resources, providing safe houses for cult operations. These individuals often had little understanding of the cult's true purpose, believing themselves to be part of a mutual aid society or business organization, rather than servants of an undead dragon god. Above them were the initiates, mortals who had proven their commitment through increasingly difficult tasks and had been granted limited knowledge of the cult's true nature. These individuals served as cell leaders, coordinators, and recruiters, using their positions in legitimate society to advance the cult's interests while maintaining their cover identities. The inner circle consisted of those mortals who had been fully initiated into the cult's mysteries and had dedicated their lives completely to the service of Tiamat and her Dracolic servants. These individuals possessed extensive magical training, sophisticated understanding of necromantic theory, and the unwavering fanaticism necessary to perform the rituals required for Dracolic transformation. At the apex of the mortal hierarchy were the speakers for the dead, individuals who had achieved such complete identification with the cult's purpose that they served as direct intermediaries between the Dracolic masters and their mortal servants. These speakers often bore physical marks of their devotion, ritual scars that channeled negative energy, magical tattoos that allowed them to communicate with undead creatures, implanted phylactery fragments that granted them limited immunity to positive energy effects. The cult's operations were coordinated through a network of hidden temples, secret shrines, and mobile ritual sites that could be established wherever the transformation ceremonies needed to be performed. These locations were protected by layers of physical and magical defenses, staffed by fanatically devoted guards, and supplied through networks of legitimate businesses that served as fronts for cult activities. The most significant of these temples was the Bone Castle, a fortress constructed entirely from the remains of dragons who had volunteered for but failed to survive the transformation process. Located in a hidden demiplane, accessible only through specially consecrated portals, the castle served as the cult's primary research facility, training center, and coordination hub. Within the castle's halls, cult researchers worked continuously to refine the Dracolic transformation process, seeking ways to increase the success rate and enhance the abilities of the resulting creatures. They experimented with different phylactery designs, alternative ritual techniques, and various methods of channeling Tiamat's power more effectively into the transformation process. The castle also housed the cult's most precious resource, the Scrolls of Draconic Unlife, a collection of texts that contained not just the technical procedures for Dracolic creation, but the theological framework that justified and empowered the entire enterprise. These scrolls taught that death was not an enemy to be defeated, but a tool to be mastered, that unlife was not an abomination but an evolution, and that the transformation of the multiverse into a realm ruled by undead dragons was not a catastrophe but a consummation. According to cult doctrine, the current reality was fundamentally flawed, corrupted by the false divisions between life and death, good and evil, order and chaos. Tiamat, as the perfect synthesis of all five chromatic aspects, represented the truth that lay beyond these artificial distinctions. Her Dracolic servants were the advance guard of a new cosmic order, where such limitations would be transcended, and all beings would achieve the perfect unity that only undeath could provide. The cult's ultimate vision was nothing less than the transformation of the entire multiverse into what they called the Eternal Dominion, a reality where every intelligent being served as an extension of Tiamat's will, and where the messy complications of individual desire, moral choice, and personal mortality had been eliminated in favor of perfect order and absolute obedience. This vision attracted converts not through promises of personal benefit, but through the appeal of belonging to something greater than themselves, of serving a cause that would outlast their individual existence and transform the cosmos in ways that their limited mortal lives could never achieve. Many cult members genuinely believed they were working for the betterment of reality, that the suffering caused by their activities was a temporary necessity that would be justified by the perfect peace their success would bring. The cult's influence grew gradually but inexorably, spreading through networks of trade, scholarship, and political influence that allowed them to operate in plain sight while pursuing their hidden agenda. They established legitimate businesses that funded their operations, sponsored academic research that advanced their understanding of necromantic theory, and cultivated relationships with political leaders who could be manipulated into supporting policies that served cult interests. Perhaps most insidiously, they worked to normalize the concepts underlying their philosophy, promoting cultural and intellectual movements that questioned traditional distinctions between life and death, that celebrated power over compassion, and that suggested that individual identity was less important than collective purpose. These efforts created an environment where their more extreme positions seemed like logical extensions of accepted ideas rather than radical departures from civilized norms. The cult's success in creating Dragolix had consequences that extended far beyond the immediate enhancement of Tiamat's power. Each transformation sent ripples of negative energy throughout the local fabric of reality, making undeath more common and more powerful in the affected regions. Areas where Dragolix transformations had been performed became nexuses of necromantic activity, attracting other undead creatures and making it easier for mortal necromancers to achieve their own transformations. More troubling still was the cult's discovery that the Dragolix transformation process could be modified to work on other creatures, creating undead servants that retained their intelligence while gaining immunity to many of the weaknesses that limited living beings. These experiments produced a variety of specialized undead that served specific functions within the cult's hierarchy: skeletal warriors that felt no pain and knew no fear, spectral assassins that could pass through solid matter to reach their targets, vampiric scholars whose immortal existence allowed them to accumulate knowledge over centuries of study. The most successful of these derivative transformations was the creation of the Death Knights, mortals who had been transformed through a process similar to Dragolix creation, but modified to work with human physiology. These beings retained their memories, personalities, and abilities, while gaining supernatural strength, immunity to most forms of harm, and the ability to channel negative energy through their weapons and armor. The Death Knights became the cult's primary military force, leading armies of lesser undead in campaigns that served both strategic and recruitment purposes. Their victories demonstrated the superiority of undeath over life, while their ability to raise fallen enemies as new servants ensured that every battle increased their overall strength, regardless of immediate casualties. As the cult's power grew and their operations became more ambitious, they began to attract the attention of Bahamut's servants and other forces dedicated to opposing Tiamat's influence. The resulting conflicts took on a character unique in the ongoing war between the dragon deities, as the presence of undead creatures immune to many traditional forms of harm forced metallic dragons and their allies to develop new tactics and weapons. The cult's response to this resistance was to accelerate their transformation efforts while simultaneously working to corrupt or eliminate their opponents. They launched campaigns of assassination against prominent servants of Bahamut, sponsored research into weapons and spells designed specifically to harm metallic dragons, and attempted to infiltrate the orders and organizations that opposed them. Yet perhaps their most effective strategy was their ability to exploit the moral complexity inherent in fighting an enemy that included both willing converts and coerced victims. Many of the cult's mortal members were individuals who had been driven to desperation by circumstances beyond their control, people who had joined, not from evil intent, but from simple need for survival or belonging. The forces of good found themselves caught between the necessity of stopping the cult's activities and their reluctance to harm beings whose primary crime was being vulnerable to manipulation. This moral complexity became even more pronounced when dealing with the Dragolich themselves, creatures that retained memories of their previous existence and could sometimes be reached through appeals to their former values and relationships. Some metallic dragons devoted themselves to seeking ways to reverse the transformation process, hoping to restore their corrupted kindred to life and wholeness. These efforts achieved limited success, with a few Dragolich being restored to living status through elaborate rituals that required tremendous sacrifice from those performing them. Yet for every success, there were dozens of failures, and the process of attempted restoration often destroyed both the Dragolich and those trying to help it. The cult's greatest achievement and most terrible legacy was the creation of what they called the Prophecy of Eternal Night, a series of predicted events that would culminate in Tiamat's return to the material plane and her assumption of dominion over all existence. According to this prophecy, the transformation of sufficient numbers of dragons into Dragolich would create a nexus of negative energy, powerful enough to breach the barriers that separated the multiverse from the far realm, allowing Tiamat to manifest her full power without the limitations imposed by planar boundaries. The prophecy provided a framework for cult activities across multiple worlds and planes, giving their seemingly random acts of violence and corruption a cosmic significance that inspired even greater devotion among the faithful. Every Dracolich created, every artifact recovered, every rival eliminated brought the prophecy closer to fulfillment and made the cult's ultimate victory seem not just possible but inevitable. In the end, the cult of the dragon represents one of the most insidious forms that evil can take, the corruption of legitimate human needs for meaning, belonging, and purpose in service of goals that would destroy everything their followers claim to value. Their story serves as a warning about the seductive power of grand narratives that promise to resolve life's complexities through the simple expedient of surrendering individual judgment to a higher authority, even when that authority demands the abandonment of everything that makes existence worthwhile. They remind us that the road to damnation is paved not just with good intentions, but with the desperate desire to matter in a cosmos that often seems indifferent to individual suffering and achievement. Chapter 8. Divine Interventions. When gods walk among mortals, reality itself holds its breath, for the presence of divine consciousness in material form creates ripples that extend far beyond the immediate circumstances that prompted such intervention. The eternal war between Tiamat and Bahamut had been fought primarily through champions and followers, proxies and servants who carried their divine will into the conflicts that shaped the multiverse. Yet there come moments when the cosmic balance tilts so precariously toward one extreme that the deities themselves must abandon the comfortable distance of divine influence and manifest directly in the realms they seek to protect or conquer. The first recorded divine intervention occurred during what historians would later call the Cataclysm of Eon's Rest, when the cult of the dragon succeeded in simultaneously transforming 7 ancient dragons into Dragolichs during a single coordinated ritual. The convergence of so much negative energy at one moment threatened to tear a permanent rift between the material plane and the realm of undeath, potentially allowing armies of incorporeal horrors to flood into reality and transform it into a nightmarish reflection of the far realm. Bahamut's response was swift and terrible in its righteousness. The platinum dragon manifested not as an avatar or projection, but in his full divine essence, his arrival announced by storms of platinum light that could be seen from neighboring planes. His physical form was almost too magnificent for mortal perception to comprehend, scales that reflected not light, but truth itself, eyes that held depths of wisdom accumulated across eons of existence, and a presence that made every good-aligned being in his vicinity feel simultaneously humbled and elevated. The confrontation at Eon's Rest lasted only minutes in material time, but those minutes contained enough divine power to reshape local reality permanently. Bahamut's breath weapon was not mere physical force, but pure creative energy, the same power that had helped shape the cosmos in the earliest days of existence. Where it touched the ritual sites, the negative energy was not merely dispelled but transformed, the connection to undeath severed and replaced with bonds to the positive energy plane that made the affected areas nexuses of healing and growth for centuries afterward. The 7 Dragolichs, caught between their incomplete transformation and the overwhelming presence of divine opposition, experienced something unprecedented in the annals of undeath. They were forcibly restored to life, their phylacteries shattered, and their souls returned to living bodies that bore no trace of their temporary corruption. Yet the trauma of the experience left them fundamentally changed, their memories of undeath creating a perspective on existence that would influence their actions for the remainder of their extended lives. The intervention demonstrated both the incredible power that divine manifestation could bring to bear, and the terrible cost such power exacted from the cosmos itself. The area around Ioan's Rest became what scholars termed a divine scar, a region where reality remained unstable for decades afterward, prone to spontaneous manifestations of miraculous healing and sudden outbreaks of uncontrolled life energy that could be as dangerous as any curse. Tiamat's response to this demonstration of her opponent's power was characteristically more subtle, but no less devastating. Rather than manifesting her full essence in a single location, she chose to appear simultaneously as 5 separate avatars, each one embodying a different aspect of her chromatic nature, and each one targeting a different vulnerability in the cosmic order that Bahamut sought to protect. Her red avatar manifested in the heart of the Covenant cities, Bahamut's great experiment in just governance, appearing in the form of a magnificent queen, whose beauty was matched only by her passionate conviction. She did not come as a conqueror, but as a revolutionary, speaking to the citizens about the limitations that their devotion to law and order had placed upon their potential for greatness. Her words carried the seductive power of divine charisma, making even the most committed followers of justice question whether their sacrifices for the common good had been wise or merely the self-imposed chains of the weak. The Red Avatar's intervention was not violent but philosophical, a direct challenge to the principles upon which the Covenant cities had been founded. She argued that true justice required the courage to take what one deserved, rather than waiting for others to grant it. That real strength came from the willingness to act upon one's desires, rather than restraining them for abstract principles. Her presence transformed political discourse within the cities into something approaching theological debate, with citizens forced to choose between their established beliefs and the intoxicating vision of unlimited personal potential that she represented. Simultaneously, Tiamat's blue avatar appeared in the great libraries and academies where Bahamut's followers pursued knowledge in service of the common good. Taking the form of a brilliant scholar whose insights revealed hidden connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena, this avatar worked to corrupt the pursuit of knowledge itself. She demonstrated that information was power, that power belonged to those strong enough to claim it, and that the sharing of knowledge was merely a way for the weak to leech strength from those capable of original discovery. The Blue Avatar's arguments were particularly effective because they contained elements of undeniable truth. Knowledge did confer advantages upon those who possessed it, and the generous sharing of discoveries did sometimes benefit the lazy at the expense of the diligent. Her presence in the academic institutions created factions among scholars, with some embracing her vision of intellectual Darwinism, while others struggled to maintain their commitment to knowledge as a tool for universal betterment rather than personal advancement. Her green avatar infiltrated the healing sanctuaries established by Bahamut's champions, appearing as a wise physician whose treatments seemed more effective than any previously known. Yet her methods involved a gradual shift in the philosophy underlying the healing arts, from restoration to enhancement, from helping patients return to their previous condition to improving them beyond what they had been before. This subtle change transformed the sanctuaries from places of mercy into laboratories of perfection, where the weak were not merely healed, but were made to understand their inferiority to those who had never needed healing. The Black Avatar manifested in the regions where former enemies had been redeemed through the patient work of Bahamut's followers, appearing as a counselor who specialized in helping the reformed confront the reality of their past actions. Her therapy sessions were devastatingly effective at forcing individuals to relive their crimes in vivid detail, ostensibly to help them process their guilt, but actually to convince them that redemption was an impossible fantasy. She argued that the harm they had caused could never truly be undone, that their victims' pain was permanent and irreversible, and that their current attempts at virtuous behavior were merely elaborate self-deception, designed to avoid confronting the truth of their irredeemable nature. The White Avatar appeared in the military academies, where Bahamut's followers trained for the defense of the innocent, taking the form of a strategic genius whose tactical innovations could minimize casualties while maximizing effectiveness. Her improvements to military doctrine were genuinely beneficial in the short term, allowing smaller forces to achieve greater victories with fewer losses. Yet her methods gradually shifted the focus from protection to efficiency, from defense to optimization, creating military leaders who measured success purely in terms of resource allocation and objective achievement, rather than the preservation of life and dignity. The collective effect of these 5 simultaneous interventions was far more devastating than any single manifestation of overwhelming force could have been. Rather than attacking Bahamut's followers directly, Tiamat corrupted the institutions and principles they had dedicated their lives to building. The corruption was so subtle and seemingly reasonable that many never realized they had abandoned their original values until long after the transformation was complete. The genius of Tiamat's approach lay in her understanding that the most effective corruption came not from external imposition, but from internal conviction. Each of her avatars presented arguments that contained enough truth to be persuasive, while leading inexorably toward conclusions that served her ultimate goals. Citizens who began by questioning whether their personal sacrifices for justice were truly necessary ended by concluding that justice itself was a constraint upon personal excellence. Scholars who started by acknowledging the relationship between knowledge and power finished by believing that power was the only valid measure of intellectual achievement. Bahamut's counter-intervention required a fundamental shift in his approach to divine manifestation. Rather than appearing as a single overwhelming presence, he chose to manifest as countless small interventions, appearing to individuals at moments of moral crisis to offer guidance and support. His presence took the form of an inner voice that spoke with the authority of absolute wisdom but never demanded obedience, always leaving the final choice to the individual conscience. These micro-interventions were far more difficult to detect or counter than the grand manifestations that had characterized previous divine involvement. A citizen tempted by the Red Avatar's arguments about personal excellence might hear Bahamut's voice asking whether true excellence required the diminishment of others. A scholar, seduced by visions of intellectual superiority, might feel a gentle reminder that the greatest discoveries were those that lifted all minds rather than elevating only their discoverers. The effectiveness of this approach lay in its respect for free will and individual agency, rather than compelling correct behavior through divine authority. Bahamut's intervention simply ensured that his followers had access to the moral clarity necessary to make informed choices. This meant that some individuals continued to choose corruption despite divine guidance, but those who chose virtue did so with full understanding of the alternatives and complete ownership of their decision. The contest between these two approaches to divine intervention became a kind of cosmic experiment in the nature of influence and authority. Tiamat's avatars offered seductive certainties and immediate benefits, but their influence depended upon maintaining the illusion that her philosophy was both reasonable and beneficial. Bahamut's micro-interventions provided moral clarity and spiritual support, but their effectiveness required individuals to actively choose virtue even when it seemed difficult or disadvantageous. The resolution of this phase of divine intervention came not through victory for either approach, but through the recognition that both had revealed fundamental truths about the nature of consciousness and choice. Tiamat's success in corrupting even well-intentioned institutions demonstrated that no external structure, however well-designed, could guarantee moral behavior without the internal commitment of the individuals who operated within it. Bahamut's success in maintaining pockets of genuine virtue even under intense pressure proved that free will, properly guided, could resist even the most sophisticated forms of corruption. Yet perhaps the most significant consequence of these divine interventions was their effect upon the deities themselves. Both Tiamat and Bahamut discovered that direct involvement in mortal affairs changed them in ways they had not anticipated. Tiamat found that her close observation of individual human psychology had given her a deeper appreciation for the complexity of mortal motivation, making her subsequent strategies more sophisticated, but also more limited in scope. Bahamut learned that his respect for free will sometimes required him to accept outcomes that his divine nature found genuinely painful, teaching him a form of humility that enhanced rather than diminished his cosmic authority. The interventions also established new protocols for divine involvement in cosmic conflicts, unspoken agreements about the limits of acceptable manifestation that would prevent future confrontations from escalating to the point where they threatened the stability of reality itself. Both deities recognized that their conflict, however fundamental, had to be conducted within constraints that preserved the cosmos they were fighting to influence. The mortal participants in these interventions were changed as well, marked by their exposure to divine presence in ways that would influence their choices for the remainder of their lives. Those who had encountered Tiamat's avatars retained a heightened awareness of the seductive power of self-interest, making them either more susceptible to future corruption or more vigilant against it, depending upon how they processed the experience. Those who had received Bahamut's guidance carried within themselves a deeper understanding of the true nature of moral choice, an internal compass that would help them navigate future ethical challenges with greater wisdom and confidence. The academic study of divine intervention became a discipline in its own right. Following these events, with scholars attempting to understand the mechanisms by which divine consciousness could influence material reality and the long-term consequences of such influence, these studies revealed that divine intervention created what researchers termed moral resonance fields, areas where the ethical implications of individual choices were amplified and clarified, making it easier for conscious beings to perceive the true consequences of their actions. More disturbing was the discovery that prolonged exposure to divine intervention could create a form of spiritual dependence, with individuals becoming unable to make moral choices without some form of divine guidance. This phenomenon led to the establishment of philosophical schools dedicated to maintaining ethical autonomy, even in the presence of divine influence, teaching techniques for distinguishing between legitimate spiritual guidance and the subtle coercion that could result from over-reliance upon external moral authority. The interventions also revealed the existence of what theologians called divine cascade effects, situations where divine action in one location created consequences that rippled outward through connected systems and relationships. A single act of divine mercy could inspire generations of charitable behavior, while a moment of divine wrath could instill fear that persisted long after the immediate threat had passed. Understanding these cascade effects became crucial for both deities, as they learned to anticipate the long-term consequences of their interventions and to design their manifestations in ways that would create positive, rather than destructive resonance patterns. Perhaps most significantly, the divine interventions demonstrated that the conflict between Tiamat and Bahamut was not merely a struggle between competing power bases, but a fundamental exploration of the nature of consciousness itself. Their opposition forced the universe to confront basic questions about the relationship between individual freedom and cosmic order, the proper balance between personal excellence and collective welfare, and the ultimate purpose of intelligent existence. In the end, the era of divine interventions teaches us that the presence of ultimate authority, whether benevolent or malevolent, fundamentally changes the nature of moral choice, without necessarily making it easier or more certain. The experience of encountering divine consciousness forces us to confront the reality that our individual choices matter on a cosmic scale, that our personal ethical decisions contribute to forces that shape the fundamental character of existence itself. The legacy of these interventions continues to influence how conscious beings throughout the multiverse understand their relationship to power, responsibility, and the eternal question of what it means to choose good or evil in a cosmos where both possibilities remain forever present. Chapter 9. The Sundering of Scales. No tragedy cuts deeper than the severing of bonds forged in love, for when family becomes enemy and kinship transforms into cosmic opposition, the wounds inflicted reach beyond individual hearts to tear at the very fabric of what it means to belong to something greater than oneself. In the eternal war between Tiamat and Bahamut, perhaps no aspect of their conflict has proven more devastating than its effect upon the family bonds that once united dragonkind, transforming siblings into adversaries, parents into judges of their children's souls, and the sacred trust of shared blood into the bitter poison of irreconcilable difference. The story of Abraxas and Seraphina exemplifies this cosmic tragedy with heartbreaking clarity. Born as clutchmates from the same golden egg in the ancient days before the Great Division, they had shared not just the moment of their hatching, but every significant experience of their early centuries. Together, they had learned to fly among the crystalline peaks of Mount Celestia, their wings beating in perfect synchronization as they soared through clouds of living light. Together, they had discovered the joy of mortal interaction, taking humanoid forms to walk among the younger races and learn the perspectives that shorter lives could offer. Together they had faced their first great challenges, defending innocent settlements from the predations of monsters whose malice seemed simple and straightforward compared to the complex moral choices that would later divide them. For over a millennium, Abraxas and Seraphina had been inseparable, their bond so complete that other dragons spoke of them as two aspects of a single consciousness. Abraxas possessed the fierce protective instincts that drove him to place himself between danger and those he loved, while Seraphina carried the gentle wisdom that could find peaceful solutions to conflicts that seemed to require violence. Their differences complemented each other perfectly, creating a partnership that embodied the best aspects of metallic dragon nature. The first crack in their unity appeared during the siege of Valenhall, when they encountered a group of refugees fleeing from the devastation wrought by Boris, Tiamat's red dragon champion. Among the refugees were both innocent civilians and former soldiers who had served in Boris's army before deserting when they witnessed the atrocities he commanded. The question of how to treat these former servants of evil divided the siblings in ways that their previous disagreements never had. Seraphina saw in the deserters proof that redemption was possible, that even those who had served darkness could choose light when confronted with the reality of evil's consequences. She argued for offering them protection and assistance, for treating their desertion as the first step in a journey toward genuine reform. Her compassion extended not just to their actions, but to the circumstances that had led them to serve Boris in the first place. Poverty, coercion, ignorance of alternatives, and the simple human need to belong to something larger than themselves. Abraxas looked at the same individuals and saw potential threats to the innocent civilians they traveled with, former enemies whose change of heart might be temporary or strategic rather than genuine. He pointed to the atrocities they had participated in, the lives they had helped destroy, the communities they had helped shatter. Even if their repentance was sincere, he argued, justice demanded that they face consequences for their actions rather than receiving the same protection offered to their victims. The debate that erupted between them lasted for days, conducted in the ancient draconic tongue, whose nuanced grammar could express philosophical distinctions impossible in any mortal language. Each sibling marshaled arguments that reflected not just their immediate judgment about the refugees, but their fundamental beliefs about the nature of justice, mercy, and moral responsibility. Seraphina argued that true justice required understanding the context of individual choices, that moral judgment without compassion was merely vengeance disguised as virtue, and that the possibility of redemption was what separated civilization from barbarism. She pointed to their own privileged upbringing, Their access to moral education and positive role models, their freedom from the desperate circumstances that drove others to serve evil out of necessity, rather than choice. Abraxas countered that mercy without accountability was merely sentiment disguised as wisdom, that the victims of evil deserved protection from their former tormentors, regardless of whether those tormentors had experienced changes of heart, and that the practical requirements of maintaining order sometimes demanded hard choices that abstract moral principles could not accommodate. He emphasized their responsibility to the innocent refugees, their duty to prioritize the safety of those who had never chosen to serve evil over the rehabilitation of those who had. Neither sibling could convince the other, and their disagreement escalated from philosophical debate to personal accusation. Seraphina began to see in Abraxas's position a hardness that she had never noticed before, a willingness to sacrifice individual souls for the sake of systematic efficiency that reminded her uncomfortably of the methods employed by Tiamat's champions. Abraxas recognized in Seraphina's arguments the kind of naive idealism that could lead to the destruction of everything they had sworn to protect, a sentimental weakness that evil could exploit to achieve its goals. The breaking point came when Abraxas discovered that Seraphina had been secretly healing the former soldiers' war injuries and providing them with magical protections that would help them defend the refugee column if it came under attack. To him, this represented a betrayal not just of their disagreement, but of the innocent refugees whose safety she was potentially compromising for the sake of their former oppressors. Seraphina saw his anger as proof that his commitment to protection had become infected with the same merciless calculation that characterized evil's approach to moral problems. When she looked at him in that moment, she no longer saw her beloved brother but a reflection of the very forces they had always fought against, someone who had allowed his fear for the innocent to transform him into something that was itself a threat to innocence. The transformation that followed was gradual but inexorable. Abraxas found himself drawn to the philosophy of those metallic dragons who believed that evil had to be fought with measures as ruthless as any employed by evil itself, that the complexities of moral choice were luxuries that defenders of the innocent could not afford. His scales began to darken, taking on a bronze hue that reflected his growing conviction that strength and determination were more reliable than compassion and understanding. Seraphina's evolution was equally profound but moved in the opposite direction. Her commitment to redemption and mercy grew so absolute that she began to see any use of force, even in defense of the innocent, as a betrayal of the principles she served. Her scales took on an increasingly silver luminescence that reflected her dedication to peace as an end in itself, rather than merely a means to protect the vulnerable. The final confrontation between them occurred years later, when their opposing philosophies led them to opposite sides of a conflict that neither had initially intended to join. Abraxas had allied himself with a coalition of metallic dragons, who sought to eliminate Tiamat's influence through preemptive strikes against her known followers and suspected sympathizers. Seraphina had joined a group dedicated to offering rehabilitation and alternative choices to those who served evil, believing that conversion was more powerful than conquest. When Abraxas's coalition targeted a cell of Cult of the Dragon operatives, who were operating in the same region where Seraphina's group had established a redemption center, the siblings found themselves on opposite sides of a battle that neither could avoid without abandoning their deepest convictions. Abraxas could not allow the cultists to continue their activities simply because his sister believed they might be redeemable. Seraphina could not stand by while potential converts were destroyed before they had been offered genuine alternatives to their current path. The battle between them was as much internal as external, each blow struck in physical combat, accompanied by the psychological violence of witnessing their most beloved relationship transform into cosmic opposition. They fought with the desperate fury of beings who understood that victory would be as devastating as defeat, that winning would require the destruction of everything they had once treasured about their shared existence. Neither emerged victorious from their final confrontation. Both siblings fell, their combined blood seeping into the earth to create a site that would become sacred to dragons of both chromatic and metallic lineages, a place where the tragedy of their division could be contemplated and mourned by future generations. The cultists they had fought over escaped during the battle, their survival a bitter irony that emphasized the futility of the sacrifice that had been made. Yet the story of Abraxas and Seraphina was far from unique. Throughout the multiverse, similar tragedies played out as the cosmic division between Tiamat and Bahamut manifested in the most intimate relationships that dragonkind could form. Ancient mated pairs found themselves separated by philosophical differences that made continued partnership impossible. Dragon parents watched in horror as their children chose allegiances that transformed them into strangers. Siblings who had shared millennia of experience discovered that their fundamental understanding of existence had diverged beyond any possibility of reconciliation. The ancient gold dragon Aurelianus faced perhaps the most heartbreaking of these divisions when his twin sons, Solarius and Ignis, chose opposing sides in the cosmic conflict. Both had inherited their father's noble bearing and powerful magical abilities, but their responses to the challenge of evil in the world had developed along dramatically different lines. Solarius embraced Bahamut's philosophy of protection and service, dedicating himself to the defense of mortal communities and the establishment of just institutions that could resist the influence of evil through systematic virtue. His approach was methodical and patient, building networks of allies and establishing traditions that could outlast any individual leader. Ignis, equally committed to opposing evil, gravitated toward a more direct and immediate approach that brought him into alignment with those metallic dragons who believed that Tiamat's influence had to be countered with overwhelming force. He saw his brother's methodical approach as insufficiently urgent, a form of moral complacency that allowed evil to flourish while good debated the proper response. The conflict between the brothers escalated when Solarius's community-building efforts inadvertently provided cover for a group of Tiamat cultists who had infiltrated one of his model settlements. The cultists used their positions of trust within the community to recruit new members and gather intelligence about metallic dragon activities in the region. When Ignis discovered their presence, he demanded immediate action to root them out and eliminate them. Solarius insisted on a more careful approach that would identify the full extent of the infiltration while minimizing harm to innocent community members who might be unknowingly associated with the cultists. His caution was born not from sympathy for the cultists, but from genuine concern for the people he had dedicated his life to protecting. The dispute over methodology revealed deeper differences in their understanding of moral responsibility and acceptable risk. Ignis argued that the longer the cultists remained in place, the more damage they could do and the more innocents they could corrupt or harm. Every day of delay represented a choice to prioritize the theoretical rights of potential infiltrators over the concrete safety of confirmed innocents. Solarius maintained that rushing to judgment would inevitably result in the punishment of the innocent alongside the guilty, that the methods used to combat evil had to remain consistent with the values that made good worth defending. He feared that his brother's urgency, however well-intentioned, was leading him toward the same kind of moral shortcuts that characterized evil's approach to problem-solving. Their father Aurelianus watched the growing rift between his sons with the helpless anguish of a being whose own moral clarity could not bridge the gap between two positions that each contained elements of undeniable truth. He understood Ignis's urgency and shared his frustration with the slow pace of systematic virtue. He also recognized the wisdom in Solarius's caution and feared the consequences of allowing noble ends to justify ignoble means. The ancient dragon's attempts to mediate between his sons only served to highlight the intractability of their disagreement. Every compromise he suggested seemed to both brothers like a betrayal of essential principles. Every middle ground he proposed appeared to them as a form of moral cowardice that avoided hard choices rather than making them responsibly. The breaking point came when Ignis, acting without his brother's knowledge or consent, launched a preemptive strike against the suspected cultists that resulted in the deaths of several innocent community members who had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Solarius's response was swift and absolute. He formally disowned his brother and declared him persona non grata in any community under his protection. Ignis, devastated by his brother's rejection, but unable to acknowledge that his methods had been wrong, aligned himself more completely with the extremist faction of metallic dragons, who believed that the cosmic war against evil justified any measures necessary for victory. Solarius, equally wounded by his brother's actions and their consequences, withdrew from active engagement with the broader metallic dragon community to focus exclusively on the protection and nurturing of the single settlement he had dedicated his life to building. Aurelianus found himself caught between his sons, unable to support either without seeming to condemn the other, unable to remain neutral without appearing to abandon both. His solution was perhaps the most tragic of all. He entered a state of voluntary hibernation, withdrawing from active participation in dragon society, until such time as his sons might find their way back to each other. The pattern of family division extended beyond individual relationships to affect entire dragon lineages and clans. The great silver dragon matriarch Luminara watched her extensive family splinter along ideological lines that transformed family gatherings into political debates, and eventually made such gatherings impossible. Her grandchildren took sides in arguments that their grandparents had never imagined would be necessary, creating loyalty conflicts that made traditional family hierarchies unworkable. Some dragon families attempted to maintain unity by declaring their territories neutral ground, where political disagreements would not be discussed or acted upon. These experiments in enforced harmony typically failed when external events forced family members to choose between their familial loyalty and their cosmic allegiances. Other families tried to accommodate their divisions by establishing formal protocols for managing disagreement, creating elaborate rules for interaction that allowed dragons with opposing views to maintain relationships while avoiding the subjects that would inevitably lead to conflict. These arrangements sometimes succeeded for decades or even centuries, but they invariably broke down when the artificial constraints could no longer contain the pressure of fundamental philosophical opposition. Perhaps the most heartbreaking attempts at maintaining family unity were those made by dragon parents who tried to avoid influencing their children's cosmic allegiances, hoping that neutrality in their upbringing would prevent the divisions that had torn apart so many other families. These well-intentioned efforts typically backfired, as young dragons who received no moral guidance from their parents often made choices based on incomplete understanding or external manipulation rather than informed conviction. The psychological impact of family division on individual dragons was profound and lasting. Dragons who had lost siblings, parents, or children to opposing cosmic allegiances often experienced a form of grief that was more complex and painful than simple bereavement. The knowledge that their loved ones continued to exist, but were no longer accessible, created a particular form of suffering that had no clear resolution. Some dragons responded to this loss by throwing themselves more completely into their chosen cause, trying to fill the void left by severed family relationships with deeper commitment to cosmic purpose. Others withdrew from both family and cause, unable to bear the pain of continued engagement with either. A few attempted to bridge the gap through secret communication or clandestine meetings, hoping to maintain some form of relationship despite their opposing allegiances. These efforts typically failed when the practical demands of cosmic war made continued contact impossible, or when the risk of compromise became too great for the security of their respective causes. The recognition that family bonds could not survive the pressure of cosmic division led to changes in dragon society that would have been unthinkable in earlier eras. Young dragons began to delay forming close relationships until their cosmic allegiances were firmly established. Mating pairs started including cosmic compatibility as a primary consideration in their partnerships. Dragon communities developed new traditions and rituals that emphasized chosen family and ideological kinship over blood relationships. Yet perhaps the most significant consequence of the sundering of scales was its demonstration that even the most sacred bonds could not survive the pressure of fundamental philosophical opposition. The cosmic war between Tiamat and Bahamut had revealed that consciousness itself contained divisions so profound that they could override every other form of connection and loyalty. This revelation forced dragons on both sides to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of love, loyalty, and moral responsibility. If cosmic truth was more important than family bonds, what did that say about the relative value of different kinds of relationship? If philosophical conviction could justify the destruction of the most intimate connections, what limitations, if any, should exist on the pursuit of ideological purity? The answers to these questions varied among individuals and communities, but their collective impact was the creation of a dragon society that was simultaneously more ideologically coherent and more emotionally impoverished than anything that had existed in the pre-division era. Dragons learned to find meaning and connection within their chosen cosmic allegiances, but they also lost access to the forms of understanding and support that could only come from relationships that transcended ideological agreement. In the end, the sundering of scales serves as a reminder that the price of cosmic engagement is often measured not in the victories achieved or defeats suffered, but in the relationships sacrificed and the connections severed in pursuit of transcendent truth. The dragons who chose sides in the eternal war between good and evil gained clarity of purpose and unity of action, but they lost the complex tapestry of family relationships that had once provided meaning, support, and identity. Their story teaches us that every choice to serve a cause greater than ourselves involves the risk that the cause will eventually demand the sacrifice of everything else we hold dear, including the very relationships that once made such service seem worthwhile. Chapter 10. Mortal Pawns in an Immortal Game. The greatest tragedy of cosmic warfare is not the suffering of gods and dragons, whose immortal nature allows them to endure and eventually recover from even the most devastating losses, but the fate of mortal beings who find themselves caught between forces so vast that their individual choices seem meaningless, yet so personal that neutrality becomes impossible. In the eternal struggle between Tiamat and Bahamut, countless civilizations have risen and fallen, not through their own actions or failures, but because their geographical location, cultural values, or simple misfortune placed them in the path of conflicts whose true nature they could never fully comprehend. The kingdom of Astoria exemplified this tragic pattern with heartbreaking clarity. For 3 centuries this prosperous realm had embodied the ideals that Bahamut's followers sought to promote throughout the multiverse, just laws that protected the weak while allowing the strong to flourish, economic systems that rewarded merit while providing for basic needs, and cultural traditions that celebrated cooperation and mutual aid. The kingdom's capital city featured temples to dozens of benevolent deities, universities that preserved and expanded knowledge for the benefit of all, and markets where traders from across the plains conducted business according to principles of fair dealing and honest profit. King Aldrich the Just, the 7th ruler of his dynasty, had inherited a throne that came with both great privilege and greater responsibility. His ancestors had built Astoria's reputation through generations of careful statecraft, wise governance, and unwavering commitment to the protection of their subjects. The kingdom's military existed primarily for defense. Its diplomats were known throughout the realm for their integrity, and its scholars had contributed advances in magic, agriculture, and engineering that had improved life for millions of people across multiple worlds. Yet Astoria's very success made it a target for forces beyond its control or understanding. The kingdom's prosperity attracted refugees fleeing from regions devastated by the ongoing conflict between chromatic and metallic dragons. Its reputation for justice drew exiles and dissidents from tyrannical regimes throughout the plains. Its commitment to neutrality in cosmic conflicts made it a natural meeting ground for negotiations and treaties between opposing factions. These noble impulses, which had been sources of strength for generations, became vulnerabilities when Icing Death, Tiamat's white dragon champion, identified Astoria as the perfect testing ground for her philosophy of gradual corruption through reasonable compromise. The kingdom's leaders prided themselves on their ability to find practical solutions to complex problems, to balance competing interests through careful negotiation, and to maintain their principles while adapting to changing circumstances. These admirable qualities made them ideal targets for manipulation by an intelligence that understood how virtue could be transformed into vice through the simple expedient of presenting evil as efficiency. The corruption began subtly, with Icing Death's agents offering solutions to problems that the kingdom's traditional methods had proven inadequate to address. Astoria faced a growing refugee crisis, as displaced populations sought safety within its borders, straining resources and creating social tensions that threatened the stability that had allowed the kingdom to prosper. Traditional approaches to the problem, expanding agricultural production, building new settlements, negotiating burden-sharing agreements with neighboring kingdoms, were proving insufficient to meet the scale of the challenge. Icing Death's representatives, disguised as humanitarian aid specialists from a distant but prosperous realm, offered a comprehensive solution that seemed both generous and practical. They would provide food, shelter, and other necessities for the refugee population in exchange for modest considerations: mining rights in previously unexploited regions, trading privileges that would give their merchants priority access to certain markets, and the establishment of administrative centers that would allow them to coordinate their aid efforts more effectively. King Aldrich and his advisors saw these proposals as a temporary necessity, an acceptable compromise that would allow them to maintain their humanitarian principles, while the kingdom developed more permanent solutions to the refugee crisis. The mining rights were granted in regions that had previously been considered too remote or difficult to exploit. The trading privileges seemed reasonable given the scale of assistance being provided. The administrative centers were established in locations that would not interfere with existing governmental functions. Each concession seemed minor in isolation, but collectively they began to create dependencies that made the kingdom increasingly reliant upon Icing Death's continued support. The food provided to refugees was produced using agricultural techniques that depleted the soil, requiring ever-increasing applications of magical fertilizers that only Icing Death's agents could provide. The shelter consisted of structures built using materials that required specialized maintenance expertise available only through the same humanitarian organization. The mining operations extracted resources so efficiently that they began to displace traditional industries, creating unemployment among Astoria's citizens while generating wealth that flowed primarily to external controllers. The transformation was so gradual that few noticed when the kingdom's independence began to erode. Government officials found themselves consulting with Icing Death's advisors on an ever-widening range of policy questions, not because they were required to do so, but because these advisors possessed information and expertise that seemed essential for making informed decisions. Military leaders discovered that their strategic planning increasingly depended upon intelligence provided by the same foreign specialists who coordinated refugee assistance. Economic planners realized that their projections had to account for trading relationships that had become fundamental to the kingdom's prosperity. King Aldrich began to experience doubts about the arrangements his kingdom had entered into, but these concerns were consistently met with reasonable explanations and compelling justifications. When he questioned the long-term sustainability of the agricultural techniques being used to feed the refugee population, he was shown detailed studies demonstrating that the methods were environmentally sound when properly managed. When he expressed concern about the kingdom's growing economic dependence on external trade relationships, he was presented with analyses proving that such relationships were beneficial to all parties and consistent with the principles of fair dealing that Astoria had always embraced. The king's advisors, many of whom had been gradually replaced by individuals recommended by Icing Death's organization, reinforced these explanations with arguments that appealed directly to Aldrich's deepest values. They emphasized that questioning the humanitarian aid arrangements would mean abandoning refugees who had trusted Astoria's promise of protection. They pointed out that challenging the trading relationships would damage the kingdom's reputation for honoring its agreements. They argued that excessive scrutiny of their benefactors' methods would be both ungrateful and impractical. The final phase of Astoria's corruption began when the kingdom faced a genuine external threat that its traditional defenses were inadequate to address. A coalition of orcish tribes, driven from their ancestral lands by chromatic dragon activities, had formed a massive army that threatened to overwhelm the border regions where most of the refugee population was concentrated. The kingdom's military, though well-trained and honorably led, lacked the numbers and specialized equipment necessary to repel an invasion of such scale. Icing Death's representatives offered a solution that seemed both necessary and reasonable. They would provide military assistance through mercenary companies that specialized in dealing with orcish tactics and strategy. These forces would be placed under Astoria's command and would operate according to the kingdom's rules of engagement. The cost would be minimal, covered primarily through the expansion of existing economic arrangements, rather than direct payment. King Aldrich faced an impossible choice. He could reject the offered assistance and watch his kingdom fall to an invasion that would certainly result in massive casualties among both citizens and refugees, or he could accept help that would preserve lives and maintain stability, while further deepening his realm's dependence upon allies whose true motivations remained opaque. The decision to accept military assistance marked the point at which Astoria's transformation from independent kingdom to vassal state became irreversible. The mercenary forces that arrived to help defend the realm were professional, effective, and scrupulously respectful of local authority. Yet their presence fundamentally altered the kingdom's relationship with its neighbors and its understanding of its own security needs. When the orcish threat was successfully repelled, the mercenaries remained to help with reconstruction and to provide ongoing security against future threats. Their expertise proved invaluable in dealing with the complex logistical challenges of resettling displaced populations and rebuilding damaged infrastructure. Their intelligence networks provided early warning of potential threats that the kingdom's traditional diplomatic channels had been unable to detect. Yet gradually, subtly, Astoria's decision-making processes began to reflect priorities and values that differed from those that had originally defined the kingdom. Military efficiency became more important than traditional constraints on the use of force. Economic growth took precedence over the environmental and social considerations that had previously guided development policy. Diplomatic relationships were evaluated primarily in terms of their contribution to security and prosperity, rather than their consistency with principles of justice and mutual respect. The changes were implemented through mechanisms that preserved the appearance of democratic governance and constitutional procedure. King Aldrich continued to make final decisions on matters of policy, but his choices were increasingly constrained by practical realities that left him with only one reasonable option. The kingdom's parliament continued to debate and vote on proposed legislation, but the alternatives presented for consideration were shaped by expert analysis that consistently pointed toward the same conclusions. Most tragically, the citizens of Astoria began to embrace the changes voluntarily, convinced by experience that their new arrangements had improved their security and prosperity. The refugee crisis had been resolved efficiently and humanely. The orcish invasion had been repelled with minimal casualties. The kingdom's economy had grown dramatically, providing opportunities and resources that had previously been unimaginable. Those who expressed concern about the kingdom's growing dependence on external support were answered with practical demonstrations of the benefits that dependence had brought. Nostalgia for the simpler, more isolated past was met with reminders of the problems that isolation had failed to solve. Questions about the long-term costs of current arrangements were addressed with assurances that such costs would be manageable given the kingdom's enhanced capabilities and resources. The transformation was completed when King Aldrich died of natural causes and was succeeded by his daughter, Princess Lyanna, who had been educated partially by tutors recommended by Icing Death's organization. Queen Lyanna assumed the throne with genuine commitment to serving her people's interests, but her understanding of those interests had been shaped by advisors whose ultimate loyalty lay elsewhere. Under her rule, Astoria became a model of efficiency and prosperity that attracted visitors and imitators from throughout the multiverse. The kingdom's success was real and measurable. Crime was virtually non-existent. Economic production had reached unprecedented levels, and the population enjoyed security and material comfort that surpassed anything their ancestors had known. Yet the kingdom that had once stood as an example of justice and moral courage had become something altogether different, a demonstration that virtue could be transformed into vice, so gradually and reasonably that the process would be welcomed by its victims. Astoria had not been conquered or corrupted in any dramatic fashion. It had simply been helped to become more practical, more efficient, and more successful than its traditional methods had allowed. The pattern established in Astoria was replicated throughout the multiverse, as both Tiamat and Bahamut's followers recognized the value of mortal allies who could advance their causes while maintaining the appearance of independence. Kingdoms that aligned themselves with Bahamut's champions found their commitment to justice gradually transformed into rigid legalism that valued rule following over moral reasoning. Realms that accepted assistance from Tiamat's agents discovered that their practical problem-solving had evolved into cynical pragmatism that recognized no constraints beyond immediate effectiveness. The city-state of Meridian fell to a different form of manipulation when Azarul, Tiamat's Blue Dragon champion, orchestrated a series of conflicts that forced the city's leaders to choose between impossible alternatives. Meridian had prospered through its neutrality in regional conflicts, serving as a trading hub and diplomatic center where enemies could meet on neutral ground to negotiate agreements and resolve disputes. Azarul's strategy was to create situations where Meridian's neutrality became untenable without any single decision that could be clearly identified as an abandonment of principle. He sponsored raids against Meridian's trading partners, using mercenaries whose identities could not be traced back to him, but whose activities created pressure for the city to take sides in conflicts it had previously mediated. He provided intelligence to various factions about their enemies' activities, ensuring that conflicts would escalate beyond the point where neutral mediation remained possible. The city's leaders found themselves forced to make increasingly difficult choices about which relationships to maintain and which principles to compromise. Each decision seemed reasonable given the immediate circumstances, but collectively they transformed Meridian from a neutral mediator into an active participant in conflicts whose complexity exceeded its ability to understand or control. The final blow came when Azarul revealed the true scope of his manipulation to the city's governing council, demonstrating that every major decision they had made over the previous decade had been influenced by information and circumstances that he had orchestrated. Rather than inspiring resistance, this revelation convinced the council that their traditional approach to governance was naive and ineffective against opponents who operated with such sophistication and long-term planning. The council's response was to embrace the very methods that had been used to manipulate them, reasoning that Meridian could only survive in a complex political environment by developing equal sophistication in its own operations. They allied themselves formally with Azarul's faction, believing that cooperation with a powerful patron was preferable to remaining vulnerable to manipulation by unknown enemies. The transformation of Meridian from neutral mediator to active agent of Tiamat's influence was completed without any dramatic betrayal of principles or obvious moral compromise. The city's leaders genuinely believed they were making pragmatic choices necessary for their people's survival and prosperity. Yet the city that had once served as a beacon of neutrality and peaceful conflict resolution had become an instrument for perpetuating and escalating exactly the kinds of conflicts it had originally been dedicated to preventing. Perhaps the most heartbreaking examples of mortal manipulation were those involving heroes and champions who had originally been inspired by the ideals represented by Bahamut, or attracted by the practical benefits offered by Tiamat's followers. These individuals had made their initial choices based on genuine conviction and clear understanding of the alternatives, yet found themselves gradually corrupted or compromised by the very forces they had chosen to serve. Sir Marcus Brightblade exemplified this tragedy through his transformation from Paladin of Justice into instrument of oppression. Originally called to service by visions of Bahamut that emphasized the protection of the innocent and the establishment of just laws, Marcus had spent decades fighting against various forms of evil throughout the multiverse. His reputation for honor and effectiveness had made him a natural leader for other heroes who shared his commitment to the cause of good. Yet Marcus's very success in combating evil had given him an intimate understanding of its methods and motivations that gradually corrupted his own approach to moral problems. He had seen how evil exploited mercy and forgiveness to avoid consequences for harmful actions. He had witnessed the ways that procedural protections for the accused could be manipulated to allow the guilty to escape justice. He had experienced the frustration of watching criminals return to their harmful activities after receiving the second chances that his Paladins code required him to offer. These experiences led Marcus to embrace increasingly harsh methods in his pursuit of justice, convincing himself that his intimate knowledge of evil's nature justified departures from traditional Paladin protocols. He began to use information obtained through questionable means, reasoning that the protection of the innocent was more important than strict adherence to procedural rules. He started to punish suspected criminals before their guilt was fully established, arguing that preventing future crimes was more valuable than preserving the presumption of innocence for individuals whose past actions demonstrated their dangerous nature. The transformation culminated when Marcus accepted leadership of a military order dedicated to the preemptive elimination of threats to social order. The organization operated according to principles that Marcus genuinely believed were consistent with Bahamut's teachings about the protection of the innocent, yet their methods were indistinguishable from those employed by authoritarian regimes throughout the multiverse. Under Marcus's leadership, the Order identified and eliminated individuals whose psychological profiles suggested they might become criminals, reasoning that preventing crime was more effective than punishing it after the fact. They suppressed political movements whose ideologies might lead to social instability, arguing that maintaining order was necessary for protecting the welfare of law-abiding citizens. They established surveillance systems that monitored the private activities of entire populations, justifying these intrusions as necessary for identifying threats before they could cause harm. Marcus continued to see himself as a servant of justice and protection throughout this transformation, genuinely believing that his harsh methods were necessary for achieving the good outcomes that his original calling had demanded. Yet the society that emerged under his protection was characterized by fear, conformity, and the kind of oppressive efficiency that Tiamat's followers had always claimed was the inevitable result of taking moral principles to their logical conclusions. The stories of Astoria, Meridian, and Marcus Brightblade illustrate the fundamental vulnerability of mortal beings caught in conflicts whose scope exceeds their ability to comprehend. Unlike dragons and other immortal creatures, mortals lack the perspective that comes from centuries or millennia of experience. Their individual lifespans are too short to allow them to observe the long-term consequences of political and moral choices, making them susceptible to manipulation by forces that can plan across multiple generations. More significantly, mortals' dependence on social institutions and collective resources makes them vulnerable to gradual changes that undermine their autonomy without triggering obvious resistance. A dragon who disapproves of cosmic developments can simply withdraw to a remote lair and avoid participation in activities it finds objectionable. Mortals who depend on complex social systems for their survival must work within those systems even when the systems themselves are being corrupted or co-opted. The cosmic war between Tiamat and Bahamut has thus become not just a conflict between opposing deities and their dragon servants, but a struggle for the hearts and minds of mortal civilizations, whose choices will ultimately determine which vision of reality becomes dominant. Every mortal community that embraces efficiency over justice moves the multiverse slightly closer to Tiamat's vision of power-based hierarchy. Every civilization that maintains its commitment to virtue, despite practical costs, advances Bahamut's dream of a cosmos governed by moral principles rather than mere strength. Yet perhaps the most tragic aspect of mortal involvement in this cosmic conflict is the way it transforms even genuine heroes into unwitting agents of the forces they originally opposed. The complexity of real-world moral choices makes it almost impossible for finite beings to maintain perfect consistency with abstract principles, creating opportunities for manipulation by immortal intelligences who understand how noble intentions can be gradually corrupted through reasonable compromises. In the end, the fate of mortal pawns in the immortal game teaches us that the greatest victories are often achieved not through dramatic conquests, but through the patient cultivation of dependencies and the gradual redefinition of virtue itself. The multiverse will ultimately be shaped not by the battles between dragons and the manifestations of divine power, but by the countless small choices made by ordinary beings who may never fully understand the cosmic significance of their individual decisions. Their story reminds us that in any conflict between transcendent forces, the real battlefield is not in the dramatic confrontations between champions, but in the daily moral choices of those who simply seek to live decent lives in an increasingly complicated universe. Chapter 11. The Price of Victory. Victory in cosmic warfare is not measured by territories conquered or enemies destroyed, but by the preservation or transformation of fundamental principles that define the nature of existence itself. Yet even the most noble triumphs exact costs that can transform the victor into something unrecognizable, and even the most necessary defeats can reveal truths that make continued resistance seem futile. In their eternal struggle, both Tiamat and Bahamut have achieved victories that advance their causes while simultaneously undermining the very ideals that originally justified their conflict, creating a paradox where success and failure become indistinguishable and the price of winning threatens to exceed the value of any conceivable prize. Bahamut's greatest victory came during the War of Celestial Tears, when his forces successfully prevented Tiamat's attempt to corrupt the fundamental nature of redemption itself. The Dark Queen's strategy had been devastatingly clever. Rather than attacking the concept of redemption directly, she had worked to demonstrate that forgiveness was merely weakness disguised as virtue, that mercy inevitably enabled further evil, and that the cycle of corruption and restoration was nothing more than a cosmic game that allowed evil to experiment with different forms of harm, while good provided endless opportunities for fresh starts. The battlefield for this conflict was not a physical location, but the collective consciousness of mortal beings throughout the multiverse, who struggled with questions of justice, forgiveness, and the possibility of genuine change. Tiamat's champions had infiltrated redemption centers, healing sanctuaries, and rehabilitation programs established by Bahamut's followers, not to destroy them but to subtly alter their methods and outcomes in ways that would prove the futility of attempting to reform those who had chosen evil. The corruption was so sophisticated that it initially appeared to be an improvement. Success rates at rehabilitation facilities increased dramatically as Tiamat's agents introduced techniques that seemed more effective at producing behavioral change in former criminals and corrupted individuals. Recidivism rates dropped to unprecedented lows as graduates of these programs demonstrated sustained commitment to lawful behavior and social contribution. Yet the nature of the redemption being achieved was fundamentally different from what Bahamut's philosophy had always envisioned. The individuals who emerged from these corrupted programs had not experienced genuine moral transformation, but had been psychologically conditioned to suppress their harmful impulses while retaining the underlying attitudes and beliefs that had originally driven them to evil. They behaved virtuously, not because they had come to understand the value of virtue, but because they had been programmed to fear the consequences of vice. The difference was subtle but profound. Traditional redemption involved helping individuals understand why their previous choices had been wrong, and inspiring them to embrace better alternatives through their own free will and developing moral insight. The corrupted version eliminated bad behavior through sophisticated forms of mental conditioning that bypassed moral reasoning entirely, creating individuals who acted good, while remaining fundamentally unchanged in their understanding of right and wrong. Bahamut's recognition of this corruption came through the patient work of Solarith, his brass dragon champion who specialized in healing and restoration. Solarith noticed that individuals who had undergone the new redemption processes showed behavioral patterns that were consistent with virtue, but psychological profiles that remained consistent with their pre-redemption personalities. They performed good acts without experiencing joy in helping others, followed moral rules without understanding the principles that justified those rules, and maintained lawful behavior without developing genuine concern for the welfare of those their lawfulness was supposed to protect. The investigation that followed revealed the full scope of Tiamat's strategy. By proving that redemption was possible through purely mechanical means, she was demonstrating that moral choice itself was irrelevant to behavioral outcomes. If evil individuals could be transformed into functional members of society through psychological conditioning, then the entire concept of moral responsibility became meaningless. Good and evil were reduced to matters of programming rather than choice, and the cosmic struggle between competing philosophies became nothing more than a contest between different techniques for behavior modification. Bahamut's response required him to make a choice that challenged the very foundations of his own philosophy. He could preserve the authenticity of redemption by allowing the corrupted programs to fail, returning to traditional methods that achieved genuine moral transformation in fewer individuals over longer periods of time. Or he could accept the corrupted version of redemption as better than no redemption at all, acknowledging that mechanical virtue was preferable to authentic vice. Sion, to resist Tiamat's corruption of redemption, required Bahamut to accept short-term increases in suffering and injustice that could have been prevented through the use of the more effective but spiritually hollow techniques that his enemy had developed. Rehabilitation programs that employed only traditional methods experienced higher failure rates, longer treatment periods, and more limited success in preventing recidivism. Communities that refused to use the corrupted redemption techniques continued to struggle with crime and antisocial behavior that could have been eliminated through psychological conditioning. The price of preserving authentic redemption was measured in the continued suffering of victims who were harmed by individuals who might have been controlled through corrupted methods, the ongoing dysfunction of communities that might have been stabilized through mechanical virtue, and the persistent presence of social problems that could have been solved through techniques that bypassed moral choice entirely. Yet Bahamut's victory in this conflict came at an even deeper cost. The recognition that his commitment to free will and authentic choice sometimes required him to allow evil to flourish when it could have been prevented through means that violated the principles he sought to protect. This knowledge created a form of divine anguish that had not existed before the cosmic conflict began. A pain that came from understanding that perfect adherence to moral principles could produce outcomes that seemed less moral than pragmatic compromises. The psychological transformation that Bahamut underwent as a result of this victory was subtle but profound. His absolute confidence in the superiority of virtue was replaced by a more complex understanding that acknowledged the genuine costs of moral consistency. His interactions with mortal followers became more nuanced as he learned to appreciate the difficulty of choosing principle over practicality when the stakes were immediate and personal. This change in Bahamut's character had ripple effects throughout the cosmic order. Metallic dragons who had once received clear and unambiguous guidance from their patron deity found themselves grappling with moral complexity that required them to make difficult judgments without divine certainty. Paladins and clerics who had once acted with complete confidence in the righteousness of their cause discovered that service to good sometimes demanded choices that felt wrong, even when they were morally correct. Tiamat's greatest victory was achieved through a strategy that was diametrically opposite to Bahamut's preservation of principle at any cost. During the century of silent conquest, she demonstrated that evil could achieve its goals more effectively by abandoning the dramatic confrontations and obvious tyrannies that had previously characterized her approach to cosmic domination. Instead of seeking to rule through fear and overwhelming force, she chose to achieve victory by making her philosophy so reasonable and beneficial that resistance to it would seem irrational. The campaign began with Tiamat's agents offering genuine solutions to real problems that good-aligned governments and organizations had proven unable to address effectively. Rather than demanding immediate allegiance or imposing obviously evil requirements, they simply asked for opportunities to demonstrate that their methods could produce better outcomes than traditional approaches to social and political challenges. In regions plagued by poverty, Tiamat's representatives introduced economic systems that generated unprecedented prosperity through the efficient allocation of resources based on individual capability and contribution. These systems did create substantial inequality, but they also eliminated absolute poverty and provided opportunities for advancement that had not existed under previous arrangements. In areas suffering from political instability, her agents offered governmental structures that provided perfect order and security through the rational application of authority based on competence rather than birth or popular support. These governments were authoritarian in nature, but they were also more effective at protecting their citizens from external threats and internal chaos than the democratic systems they replaced. In societies struggling with complex moral and cultural conflicts, Tiamat's followers provided frameworks for social organization that eliminated discord through the simple expedient of establishing clear hierarchies based on measurable criteria of value and contribution. These hierarchies did restrict individual freedom and social mobility, but they also eliminated the uncertainty and conflict that had previously characterized intercultural relations. The success of these interventions was undeniable and measurable. Regions that adopted Tiamat's methods experienced dramatic improvements in virtually every quantifiable aspect of social welfare: economic productivity, public safety, infrastructure development, educational achievement, and technological advancement. Citizens who lived under her influence enjoyed material prosperity, personal security, and social stability that exceeded anything they had known under previous systems. Yet the victory that Tiamat achieved through these successes was more profound than simple territorial expansion or population control. She had demonstrated that evil, properly applied, could produce outcomes that were objectively superior to those achieved by good. Her methods did restrict freedom, eliminate choice, and reduce individuals to functions within larger systems. But they also created societies that worked more efficiently and effectively than any alternatives that good aligned forces had been able to develop. The psychological impact of this demonstration on Bahamut's followers was devastating. Metallic dragons who had dedicated their existence to the protection of the innocent found themselves unable to argue that their methods were practically superior to those employed by their chromatic enemies. Paladins who had sworn to serve justice discovered that just societies were less successful at protecting their citizens than efficiently managed tyrannies. The crisis of faith that resulted from Tiamat's practical victories led to a wave of defections among Bahamut's followers that was more damaging than any military defeat could have been. Dragons who had spent millennia serving the cause of good found themselves questioning whether their sacrifices had been meaningful or merely self-indulgent exercises in moral superiority. Mortal champions who had given their lives to the fight against evil began to wonder whether they had been serving their own psychological needs rather than the genuine welfare of those they claimed to protect. Yet Tiamat's victory came at a cost that she had not anticipated: the discovery that perfect efficiency eliminated the very qualities that had originally attracted her to the exercise of power. Societies that operated according to her principles did function more effectively than their alternatives, but they also became predictable, static, and ultimately boring. The elimination of choice and conflict that made these societies stable also made them sterile, removing the chaos and unpredictability that had always been sources of excitement and stimulation for her chromatic nature. More troubling still was the realization that her methods, while effective at producing social stability and material prosperity, were gradually eliminating the very conditions that made power meaningful. In a perfectly ordered society where everyone performed their assigned functions without question or resistance, the exercise of authority became as mechanical and routine as any other administrative task. The thrill of dominance disappeared when there was no opposition to overcome, no will to break, no resistance to crush. The psychological transformation that Tiamat underwent as a result of her victory was perhaps more profound than the changes experienced by Bahamut. Her discovery that perfect success was indistinguishable from perfect failure created a form of existential crisis that challenged her understanding of her own nature and goals. The passionate intensity that had always characterized her chromatic aspects began to fade as she realized that the achievement of her ultimate objectives would eliminate the very qualities that made achievement worthwhile. This realization led to a fundamental shift in Tiamat's strategy, from the pursuit of total victory to the maintenance of optimal conflict. She began to deliberately introduce inefficiencies and sources of resistance into the societies she controlled, not because these elements served any practical purpose, but because they preserved the conditions that made the exercise of power psychologically satisfying. The cosmic irony that emerged from the greatest victories achieved by both deities was their discovery that success in their eternal conflict required the preservation of their opposition. Bahamut learned that the meaning of good depended upon the continued existence of evil as an alternative that must be consciously rejected. Tiamat discovered that the significance of power relied upon the persistence of resistance that must be continually overcome. This mutual dependence created a dynamic that neither deity had originally intended or desired. Their conflict, which had begun as a genuine attempt to establish the superiority of one cosmic principle over another, had evolved into a carefully managed symbiosis that preserved both alternatives, while preventing either from achieving complete dominance. The recognition of this dependence forced both deities to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of their cosmic roles and the meaning of their eternal struggle. If their opposition was necessary for the preservation of the very principles they sought to advance, then their conflict was not a temporary aberration that would eventually be resolved, but a permanent feature of cosmic architecture that could never be eliminated without destroying everything it was meant to protect. The price of their greatest victories was thus the loss of the illusion that victory itself was possible or even desirable. Both Tiamat and Bahamut learned that their cosmic struggle was valuable, not for its potential resolution, but for its continuation, not for the final triumph it might eventually achieve, but for the ongoing tension it created between competing visions of existence. This understanding transformed their relationship from one of absolute opposition to one of complex interdependence that required each to serve as the perfect enemy for the other. Their continued conflict became a form of cosmic service that preserved the conditions necessary for genuine choice, authentic growth, and meaningful existence throughout the multiverse. The followers of both deities struggled to adapt to this new understanding of their cosmic roles. Dragons and mortals who had dedicated their existence to achieving final victory found themselves called instead to participate in eternal struggle, whose value lay not in its conclusion, but in its faithful execution. Champions who had sought to eliminate their enemies discovered that their true mission was to provide worthy opposition that would prevent their enemies from achieving the sterile perfection that would ultimately destroy them. In the end, the price of victory in the cosmic war between Tiamat and Bahamut was the recognition that victory itself was the enemy of everything both sides claimed to value. Their greatest triumphs taught them that the preservation of meaning required the perpetuation of uncertainty, that the maintenance of significance demanded the continuation of struggle, and that the highest service to their respective principles involved ensuring that those principles would never achieve complete dominance over their alternatives. The cosmic balance they had originally shattered in the Primordial Schism had been restored not through the victory of one side over the other, but through their mutual recognition that their opposition was itself the most precious thing either had to protect. Chapter 12. The War That Never Ends. Eternity is not merely duration extended indefinitely, but a quality of existence that transcends the limitations of temporal sequence, where past and future collapse into an eternal present of pure being. In the cosmic struggle between Tiamat and Bahamut, we witness not simply a conflict that has lasted for eons and will continue for eons more, but something far more profound, a fundamental aspect of reality itself, a dynamic tension that exists outside of time and yet manifests within every moment of temporal existence, shaping the very nature of consciousness and choice throughout the infinite expanse of creation. The war between the two great dragon deities has become more than historical fact or ongoing conflict. It has evolved into cosmic principle, a law of existence as fundamental as gravity or thermodynamics, but operating in the realm of consciousness rather than physics. Just as matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed, but only transformed from one state to another, so too the opposition between order and chaos, tyranny and freedom, power and responsibility, has proven to be an irreducible feature of any universe capable of supporting conscious beings who face genuine choices about how to exist. This eternal quality reveals itself most clearly in the cyclical nature of their conflict, patterns that repeat across different scales of existence with mathematical precision that suggests underlying cosmic laws rather than mere historical coincidence. Every generation of mortals rediscovers the same fundamental tensions that divided Tiamat and Bahamut in the primordial realm. Every society faces choices between efficiency and justice that mirror the philosophical schism that shattered paradise. Every individual consciousness confronts questions about the proper relationship between personal desire and moral responsibility that echo the debate that began their eternal war. The recognition of these patterns has led some scholars to propose that Tiamat and Bahamut are not separate entities locked in external conflict, but dual aspects of a single cosmic consciousness, exploring the implications of its own nature through the vehicle of opposition. According to this theory, their war is not a struggle between independent deities, but a conversation between complementary aspects of existence itself, each testing and refining the other's positions through the endless dialectic of challenge and response. This perspective finds support in the strange synchronicities that characterize their conflict. How Tiamat's greatest victories occur precisely when Bahamut's forces most need to be reminded of the practical limitations of pure idealism. How Bahamut's most inspiring triumphs emerge, exactly when Tiamat's followers begin to doubt whether power without principle can provide lasting satisfaction. Their opposition seems choreographed by an intelligence that transcends either individual deity, as if their conflict serves purposes that neither fully understands but both unconsciously advance. Yet, whether viewed as external struggle or internal exploration, the war between Tiamat and Bahamut has achieved something unprecedented in cosmic history. It has become self-sustaining, not through the energy of the participants, but through the meaning it provides to countless other beings who find, in their eternal opposition, a framework for understanding their own moral choices. Every dragon who chooses between chromatic ambition and metallic service participates in the primordial debate about the nature of power. Every mortal who faces the choice between self-interest and sacrifice reenacts the fundamental division that created the multiverse as we know it. This participatory aspect of their conflict reveals why it can never truly end, because it exists not merely in the actions of Tiamat and Bahamut themselves, but in the consciousness of every being capable of moral choice. To end their war would require the elimination of the very conditions that make consciousness meaningful, the existence of alternatives, the possibility of growth, the reality of consequences that matter beyond immediate self-interest. The cosmic infrastructure that has grown up around their conflict demonstrates how thoroughly their opposition has become integrated into the fundamental architecture of existence. The planar structures that separate different realms of reality are organized around the tension between their competing visions, the nine hells, where hierarchy is absolute and power determines worth. Mount Celestia, where authority serves justice and strength protects the weak, and all the intermediate planes where different syntheses of order and freedom create endless variations on the basic themes their conflict explores. The magical laws that govern spellcasting throughout the multiverse reflect the same underlying dynamic, with arcane magic drawing power from the manipulation of natural forces, according to the caster's will, while divine magic channels energy through service to principles that transcend individual desire. Even the fundamental forces of creation and destruction operate according to patterns that mirror the philosophical positions that Tiamat and Bahamut represent. Entropy and organization, chaos and order, change and stability locked in eternal dance. The development of mortal civilizations across countless worlds has been shaped by their unconscious participation in this cosmic conflict, with each society forced to find its own balance between the competing values that the dragon deities embody. Cultures that lean too far toward Tiamat's vision of power-based hierarchy become efficient but sterile, capable of great achievements but incapable of inspiring genuine loyalty or love. Societies that embrace Bahamut's ideals too completely become compassionate but weak, able to nurture individual growth, but unable to protect themselves from those who would exploit their generosity. The most successful civilizations are those that manage to maintain creative tension between these extremes, preserving enough hierarchy to function effectively while maintaining enough freedom to grow and adapt. Yet this balance is inherently unstable, requiring constant adjustment and vigilance to prevent collapse into either tyrannical efficiency or anarchic paralysis. The eternal war between Tiamat and Bahamut thus becomes enacted in the political struggles of every functioning society, each generation forced to rediscover the proper relationship between authority and liberty through their own experience of the consequences that follow from choosing one emphasis over the other. Individual consciousness mirrors this same dynamic on a personal scale, with every thinking being containing aspects that resonate with both deities' philosophies. The part of us that seeks security, efficiency, and clear hierarchies of value aligns with Tiamat's vision of order through power. The part that yearns for justice, growth, and the protection of the vulnerable responds to Bahamut's call for service to something greater than ourselves. The internal conflicts that characterize moral development throughout life are expressions of the same fundamental tension that created their cosmic opposition. This personal dimension of their eternal war reveals why it resonates so powerfully across different species, cultures, and planes of existence. The choice between self-interest and service, between efficiency and principle, between the satisfaction of desire and the fulfillment of duty, is not merely an abstract philosophical problem, but an immediate practical challenge that every conscious being faces countless times throughout their existence. The war between Tiamat and Bahamut provides a cosmic context for these individual struggles, suggesting that our personal moral choices participate in and contribute to forces that shape the fundamental character of reality itself. The prophetic visions that emerge periodically throughout the multiverse speak of potential endings to their conflict, but these prophecies invariably describe not victory for one side, but transformation of the conflict itself into new forms that preserve its essential dynamic while expressing it through different mechanisms. Some foresee a cosmic synthesis where Tiamat and Bahamut achieve perfect unity. But the unity described involves the preservation rather than the elimination of their opposition, like two voices creating harmony through the maintenance of distinct but complementary melodies. Other prophecies speak of cycles within cycles, suggesting that the current phase of their conflict is merely one movement in a vast cosmic symphony that will eventually return to its beginning, but at a higher level of complexity and understanding. According to these visions, the war that seems eternal from our temporal perspective is actually part of a larger pattern of cosmic evolution that includes periods of unity and division, creation and destruction, simplicity and complexity, operating on scales that dwarf even draconic comprehension. The practical implications of their eternal war continue to evolve as new forms of consciousness emerge, and new possibilities for existence develop throughout the multiverse. Each technological advancement, each magical discovery, each expansion of awareness creates new arenas where their fundamental opposition can be explored and expressed. The development of artificial consciousness raises questions about whether beings created rather than born can experience genuine moral choice. The discovery of new planes of existence provides opportunities to test their competing philosophies under conditions that neither deity has previously encountered. Yet perhaps the most significant evolution in their eternal conflict has been the growing recognition among their followers that the war itself, rather than its potential resolution, is the source of meaning and value that draws them to participate. Metallic dragons have learned to find satisfaction not in the fantasy of final victory over evil, but in the ongoing opportunity to choose good in each moment of existence. Chromatic dragons have discovered that the exercise of power is most fulfilling when it faces worthy opposition, rather than helpless submission. This shift in understanding has transformed the character of their conflict from desperate struggle toward impossible goals to joyful participation in eternal play. Their war has become a kind of cosmic dance where each partner's movements create opportunities for the other to demonstrate grace, skill, and creativity. The battles between their forces have taken on almost ritual qualities, with victory and defeat becoming less important than the beauty and significance of the struggle itself. The mortal beings caught up in their conflict have begun to understand their role not as pawns in someone else's game, but as conscious participants in a cosmic drama that gives meaning to existence itself. Heroes and villains alike have discovered that their individual choices matter, not because they will determine the final outcome of the war, but because they contribute to the ongoing exploration of what consciousness can become when it faces genuine alternatives and real consequences. The academic study of their conflict has evolved into sophisticated theological and philosophical disciplines that recognize the war between Tiamat and Bahamut as the central organizing principle around which all other cosmic phenomena arrange themselves. Universities throughout the multiverse offer courses in applied draconic dialectics, practical moral cosmology, and theoretical opposition dynamics, fields of study that help students understand how to participate constructively in conflicts that transcend individual understanding while remaining true to personal convictions. Religious institutions have developed liturgies and practices that honor both aspects of the cosmic opposition, not as equal alternatives, but as necessary components of a reality that requires both challenge and support, both structure and freedom, both the courage to act and the wisdom to restrain action. These practices help believers understand their personal moral struggles as participation in something vast and meaningful, rather than merely private psychological phenomena. The artistic expressions inspired by their eternal war have created new forms of beauty that capture the dynamic tension between competing principles without resolving that tension into false harmony. Music that incorporates both discord and resolution. Literature that embraces moral complexity without abandoning ethical clarity. Visual arts that celebrate both order and chaos as necessary aspects of meaningful existence. These cultural achievements suggest that consciousness itself is evolving toward new forms of appreciation and understanding that transcend the limitations of purely rational analysis. In the end, the war that never ends teaches us that meaning emerges not from the resolution of fundamental tensions, but from the creative ways that consciousness learns to live within and express those tensions. The conflict between Tiamat and Bahamut has become eternal, not because neither side can achieve victory, but because victory itself would eliminate the conditions that make consciousness valuable. Their opposition preserves the space within which choice remains meaningful, growth remains possible, and existence itself retains the unpredictability that keeps it interesting. Their eternal war reminds us that the deepest truths about existence cannot be discovered through observation or reasoning alone, but must be lived through the experience of facing real choices with genuine consequences. Every moment of moral decision, every act of courage or compassion, every choice to serve something greater than ourselves or to assert our individual will against opposition participates in and contributes to the cosmic conversation that began when unity chose to become multiplicity and will continue, as long as consciousness exists, to contemplate the mystery of its own nature. The legacy of Tiamat and Bahamut's eternal opposition is thus not any particular outcome or achievement, but the ongoing opportunity for conscious beings throughout the multiverse to discover through their own experience what it means to exist in a reality where choices matter, where alternatives are real, and where the dance between competing principles creates endless possibilities for growth, discovery, and transformation. Their war is eternal because consciousness itself is eternal, and consciousness requires the tension between alternatives to maintain its vitality and meaning across the infinite expanses of space and time.